Bom, então, gostaria de cumprimentar a todos.
So, good morning. I want to greet you all and thank you for your participation in the second day of our seminar, Systemic Corruption and Corporate Crime. This is a project financed by FAPESP and the FQ, coordinated by Professors Markus, Pohlmann, by myself, Elizângela Valarini, Professor Wagner Mancuso from the University of São Paulo. We started this seminar yesterday. For those who are not here with us, today is the second day. So we are continuing with the presentations on topics related directly to this project. These topics served as questions in our research projects for 2 years, and also some themes proposed by guest speakers, researchers that work in this thematics in corruption, anti-corruption, car wash operation, and corporate crime. This is what we are going to continue to discuss today, still on the topic in the agenda for this research. So I'm going to share my screen with you. So yesterday, Wagner presented part of our project. This was a cooperation and still is a cooperation between the universities of Heidelberg, University of São Paulo, UFTR, and UFABC in São Paulo. For 3 years, we have worked together, sharing questions, expectations, data, surveying, and we work in different areas of research with different themes that are interweaved in this area that we are discussing and try to understand better. So Wagner yesterday presented the main theme for us Brazilian colleagues, more related to the corruption in the political electoral area as campaign financing. And here we have a more organizational focus in our research based on organizations, sociology. So we had slightly different questions to answer in the sense that we try to enter a little bit more in this interaction between the private and the political spheres, but with an emphasis on organizations. So focus on economical and political organizations involved in this major scandals, in these large operations that we have studied and that are part of our database. That includes the car wash operation, but we have Satyagraha, Mensalão, and Sandcastle, Castelo de Areia, as other operations also where we see exactly the same relationship between the economic and political power interweaved in corruption scandals. Also, our interest is in understanding the impact or influence of the changes in the institutional environment in the treatment of corruption. So some more specific questions that were researched by us as the independence and configuration of the studies, the strategies used by different players. And on the other hand, we also try to understand what would be the elements within organizations that would support the crime or collective embezzlement, organizational culture, structural elements, and sometimes elements outside the organizations in our Brazilian context, organizational context, again, political parties, companies that sustain this wrongdoings, this misconduct. So We did this through interviews, study cases. Professor Pohlmann will tell us more about this. We'll go deeper in our methodologies. But just to bring to you what's our interest as researchers, we are not interested in individual crimes. And yesterday we talked about the difference between minor and major corruptions. So occupational crimes in organizations or felonies where you have one individual player aiming at individual gains. This is not our interest. We are much more interested in the part on the right side of this chart to understand more organizational crimes, what they are. These are crimes committed with the legal purpose, thinking of political organizations, for example, with legal purposes, in the sense, in the financial, economical purpose as well as the maintenance of the organization itself, growth and perpetuation in the environment where they exist, but using illegal means, payment of bribery, slush funds. So this would be collective crime. It's not one single player in the organization, it's not one member of the political party or one executive that would be then committing the fraud, but a collective action, a standardized form of action, a collaborative, collective way of collaboration. And to reinforce, our focus would be on companies and political parties, or at least they are in this project. And also, as the name of the project says, systemic corruption. So this is again the understanding of this relationship, as we call, between public and private systems, this for legal and illegal purposes, and also the ways in which these purposes are achieved. You have mixed crimes, you have sometimes uh, political players working for themselves, but also a collectivity, thinking of a political party or economic organizations, and this mix between public and private players. We also used a methodology inspired also in the Weberian model, where we established the relationship between the micro, meso, and macro. There's three levels of analysis to understand the phenomenon and to the explanation of the phenomenon. So our database also incorporates these three levels, and we are now concentrating more in the meso to understand its relationship with the micro, between the relationship between the micro and the macro. This is our database. Up to the moment, we have 414 criminal actions from these four major operations that I mentioned. We chose this criminal procedures where we have sentences in awards in different courts. We have some cases that are in the first instances, others that are in the Supreme Courts. We conducted so far 88 qualitative interviews with justices, public prosecutors, attorneys, executives, and politicians involved in these operations, meaning that some of them were already sentenced, others have been under indictment. So after 3 years of project, we must consider that for 2 years we have worked during the pandemic. So we found difficulties, especially in the format of the case study, qualitative interviews. With some groups, we were able to work online, which is this group of the actors of the judicial system. That's how we're going to call them in our presentations. But also there's a group of politicians and executives where we suffered losses in the sense of the pandemic really affecting our contact with these people, and that some interviews had to be conducted online. So that's it. Through these slides, I wanted to tell you more about our methodology, where the project is anchored, and the differentiation of the questions developed by our colleagues. I wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone, today's participants, not only those who are watching, but also our guest speakers that will be part of our roundtable also. Our panelists. Today we are going to have 3 thematic slots, 3 presentations, more directed to this part of the project that I have presented. First by Professor Markus Pohlmann, and the debater panelist will be the professor from the University of Heidelberg, Professor Stefan Barr. Professor Pohlmann is one of the coordinators and creators of this project. Then we are going to have the second presentation by Mario Jorge, and the panelist will be Dr. Laura Hoch from the University of Heidelberg as well, both of them. And finally, myself, and Maria Trombini. Maria Eugenia Trombini, we are going to make our presentation. The debater will be Professor Fernando de Castro Fontainha. Finally, we are going to have a roundtable with Luciana da Ros, Mariana Mota Prado, Sergio Praça, and the debater will be Professor Jonathan Mendilo from Rider University. I wanted to thank especially the translators, thank you, who are doing a wonderful job. Thank you. And Marli Moro and Renata Laureano. Also, Professor Sergio Villani for the organization. Also, the Institute of Advanced Studies in University of São Paulo for all the technical support. So, that's it. So, once again, we want to thank DFG and FAPESP for the opportunity to be here today. As disclosure of the project, we had planned a conference, face-to-face meeting. Unfortunately, we could not have this face-to-face, but we are grateful for having this online event. Thank you, and let's start with today's presentations.
I salute you all. I have the task to moderate the 2 first panels. And without further ado, I give you, Markus Pohlmann, the word. The floor is yours.
Okay, many thanks. I'd like to welcome you as well on behalf of the University of Heidelberg, and Elizângela already said a lot of things about our cooperation. So the project we are presenting the results today is a kind of itself a result of a long-lasting relationship between Curitiba, São Paulo, and Heidelberg. So we used to call it the strudel connection. Because during coffee break, we like to eat apple strudel, which is an Austrian dish also served in the southern part of Germany. So today I'm going to present some ideas about how we are analyzing corporate crime. What shall we do? Because this is not a field easy to tackle. And so I am going to present what we did do, because we cannot just ask the people if they have been involved in some criminal plots or not. So we have to find ways to analyze corporate crimes. So our starting point was, before we even started the Brazilian project, was how can we explain that it is normal for legal organizations to use illegal means too? How can we explain that part of the staff engage in wrongdoings on a regular basis without illegal personal gain and at high personal risks? So these have been like our starting points, and we did studies in Germany, of course, in the United States, in China, and in Brazil as well. So today I just start off with kind of some insights concerning the normality of misconduct. Then I go into the methods. How did we map the dark field of organizational crime? And then how do we map the bright field, so detected corporate crime cases, and move into mixed methods approaches and end with some conclusions. So I think the normality of misconduct, so that our rule deviations from rules, we can see if we look at large work to rule strikes. So this is a very efficient form of strike by labor unions. If they just stick to the rules, then the organization will stop running. So we have large work to rule strikes in Russia, in India, in Canada, or Belgium. So you can see if you only stick to rules, the company will stop running. So you need to have functional deviations from rules. And part of the rule breaking is beneficial for the company. If we look on a more general frame, we really like the work of Ariely about cheating, and this was kind of interesting. So they had like people, test persons who had to solve kind of very easygoing mathematical solutions, and they had like check boxes, and they could put the solution sheet into the shredder so that it was supposed to be destroyed, and then they could tell the people how many solutions have been right, and for each solution that have been right, they had some bonus, like €5 something. So they had a very small incentive to cheat, but this was kind of a mean experiment because the shredder was not working. So they could find out how many of the test persons cheated, and it have been nearly 70%. And there was kind of a average rate of cheating, like two more solutions in the average. And only 20 went to, of 40,000 test persons, only 20, not 20%. Only 20 went to, the big cheating scheme. So where they went towards 10 right solutions. So you can see cheating is kind of a normal behavior. And but there's kind of a red line, and we know when to cross the red line. And so we have the same in organizations. Let it be universities or hospitals or companies. We all know that there's a little cheating involved. So, and most of the cheating is functional for the organization, accepted inside the company, and what is most important for us, there are unwritten rules. So there are not just written rules, but also unwritten rules that tells us when and how to cheat and where the red line will be crossed if we cheat too much. concerning specific rules. So, and many wrongdoers follow unwritten rules for the sake of the company. As Elizângela already said, we draw a distinction between two types of crime. So this is kind of what is called in American literature occupational crime. So you have like criminal individuals inside the company doing it to damage the company. So this is like the Volkswagen case between 2000 and 2004, where they had embezzlement. They gave some money to their, to their beloved Brazilian girls, and had fake contracts, bought jewelry. They went to prostitutes and had like travel costs, and all on the bill of Volkswagen. So this was a very, a very courageous part of committing crime, and it was damaging the company. So the benefits have been illegal personal gains. They expected no sanctions, so the costs were supposed to be low. The probability to be caught was estimated to be low because there was one, from the board of directors involved, and they had specific opportunities on their travel opportunities to Brazil. So, and this is kind of, individual crime inside an organization. So, and if we look at the Volkswagen, the clean diesel scandal of Volkswagen, so you can see there, this is a different type of crime. So there was no illegal personal gain involved. There have been like half of the people indicted have been high-ranked insiders. And they had, like a long-lasting tradition of cheating concerning defeat devices for cars. They have, this all unwritten rules, and the benefits of the companies, for Volkswagen have been dominant. So this is kind of, the corporate crime, organizational crime. And we have been interested in, analyzing organizational crime, not organized crime, as Elizângela already told, but organizational crime. So when legal organizations use illegal means, how can we explain that? How can we analyze that? So we started off by mapping the dark field. So dark field means the propensity to cheat when it comes to corruption. And we did like lab experiments with students in Germany, Brazil, China, also in the meantime, Russia, Poland, to find out, about the internal validity, how important the benefit for the company is, and how important personal gains are for students. Of course, these have been like lab experiments, but what you can see, and China has the highest number of students inside the sample. But what you can see, if we go for the benefits of the company, the propensity to cheat is higher than if it's only for personal gain. So you can see there's kind of an effect if it's for the collective good or if it's just for us. We also started today to map kind of the dark field by doing experiments inside companies. So we have like this is a building a bridge out of paper with scissors and glue, and during 3 hours they had different rules, and we tried to find out how many deviate from the rules when they are building that bridge, and how many say something about others that deviate from rules. You see, this is kind of also we are measuring the effects of bystanding behavior. So we see something, but we don't tell anyone about that. And this is what we started in 2 research projects with German companies from Switzerland and Austria right now, these days. And what we did also was we carried out factorial surveys with the same idea behind. Factorial surveys are surveys where we did use hypothetical situations and ask the people, how would you decide? Or how would you think, or do you think that your peers would decide, or other companies would decide? And so this was kind of a factorial survey setting, and it was quite interesting. You see, like the incidence is far lower than when we talk with students, but what you see is personal gain has an effect on the propensity to act corrupt, but the effect of organizational benefits is far strong. And both personal gain and organizational benefits are not correlated at a high degree. So these are like 2 patterns concerning the propensity to act corrupt. And then, of course, we looked at the informal rules as well and the formal rules, and you can see, I mean, so the people who are more into, obeying of formal rules, they were less eager to act corrupt. But when informal rules became stronger, then the propensity is far higher to act corrupt. So we could show that the propensity to act corrupt is considerably high. So, of course, Mario, Elizângela, and Maria will show our results concerning the Brazilian files of Lava Jato, but we did it also in the United States. Analyzing the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in the United States, which was quite interesting. So we checked on the indications for personal gains and benefits for the company, and you can see that it's kind of a mixed picture. So in half of the cases, we do have almost half of the cases, we do have like a dominance of illegal personal gains that is mentioned, and in the other half of the cases, no illegal personal gains are mentioned, and we do have a dominance of the benefits for the company if we do the analysis. These have not been really court records, mostly these are settlements like deferred prosecution agreement or non-prosecution agreements, with this, by far the majority of these court files of the FCPA. So, and of course we did ex post interview analysis, and so I did it personally in the medical sector, and concerning the transplantation scandal in Germany, about cheating of waiting lists for organ transplantations in Germany. And this was quite really enlightening, because we were talking with a close environment of the cheating case, or in our sample in Brazil, of the corruption cases. And if you talk to judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, plaintiffs, if you do perpetrator interviews and witness interviews, and especially interviews with staff, sometimes former staff of the company, you get a very good access to, to all these informal rules that really plays a role when you like to explain organizational crime, because, the tricky question is always, how do we get grip on the informal rules on a methodological basis, and how do we analyze informal rules ex post? Because we cannot do it in advance, because we don't know where we find corporate crime in action. So that's why we do it ex post. And is it possible to map these and reconstruct these formal rules by qualitative data analysis? And I think our results can show that's possible. So you can give answers to questions: how have the members, the staff, dealt with written rules, statutes, and laws? So what have been the habits? You can give answers to what have been the unwritten rules that promoted organizational wrongdoings, what we call scripts and norms. And you can give an answer to what role played socialization and social learning of wrongdoings in the inner circles, or if you like, so social cocoons. Okay, and we have a special method in use, which we call collective mindset analysis, with us strongly connected to the work of Alfred Schütz and Berger-Luckmann. So it's kind of a collective knowledge inside the life world of the interviewees that is to be reconstructed. I think it's quite a long time ago, Elizângela, but 2 times we had workshops in Brazil, right, to presenting that kind of qualitative method to reconstruct shared knowledge behind, behind what interviewees tell us. Okay. So how can we mix that? And I think you probably know of course, it's always explorative because it's in different fields. So we have really to see what we can do in the context of a triangulation in different fields. Triangulation means that you simultaneously use qualitative and quantitative methods of data collection that refer to the same purpose of the investigation. So if we switch, then we have the dark field where we check on the collective benefits, on the impact of collective benefits, so like organizational benefits, on the propensity to cheat, compared to the impact of illegal personal gains. So you have seen the findings. And then we switch the field and go into detected cases, and there we ask the same question. So how strong was the impact of organizational benefits compared to illegal personal gain? And then, the dark field was mapped in a quantitative manner, and then the detected cases have been mapped in a qualitative manner. So we have this mixed method approach where we talk about triangulation. Of course, it's explorative. It's kind of a bit handmade, but I think that's the only way to deal with it in that field. So we have a special field, and you need to have combinations of special methods. And then the next thing is what is called embedded design in the mixed methods approaches, which is characterized by the fact that 2 different research questions are asked, and each requiring a different type of data. So then one example would be, we have, like in the Brazilian project as well, we have the jurisdictional production of facts, where we do content analysis, where we ask, so to what extent organizational benefits and illegal personal gains have been mentioned or can be excluded in court records or settlements. Which is also a quantitative approach, can be used like the analysis of FCPA files. And then we have a qualitative approach combined with an ex-post interview of cases where we're looking at the causal factors. So what have been the informal rules that justified the wrongdoings? So what are the pattern of justification, and what role played socialization, what role have played socialization factors and organizational culture? So you see, then you have kind of these embedded designs where we have two different research questions, but strongly connected and correlated. Of course, still it's handmade, explorative, but it's one way in our perspective to deal with all these methodological problems we have in that field. Okay, conclusions. So organization and individual crime are two different stories. Okay, I think that's easy to understand. To find out more about the general mechanism behind collective wrongdoings, we really should approach the dark field of wrongdoings as well, because there we have, you know, basic, where we can test basic ideas about the causal factors of wrongdoings, and can check on internal validity, and if we use lab in the field, on external validity in part as well. So and then if we deal with court records like we did, we think we should carry out ex-post interviews in the close environment of the cases. This is very seminal and helps us to understand what's behind the jurisdictional production of facts. And if we are lucky enough, you know, at least an explorative triangulation of data will promote our understanding of what is going on. So now we switch with the last file to a soccer game, which is kind of a file about informal rules. But it's not a deviation from rules, but it's just a habit, what we usually don't do.
Ballon de doublé pour Léo ici, face à Sergio Moro, quel passe, la passe de Messi. Mais d'où vient-il? Mais qui sont-ils? Magique passeur, Léo Messi pour cette situation incroyable. C'est réglementaire d'abord, hein, parce qu'il va vers l'avant, il va la toucher, voilà, vers l'avant. Sûrement, on l'a pas.
Okay. So you see, also it's kind of according to the rules of the FIFA. The informal rule is just we don't do it if we carry out a penalty. Okay, yeah, many thanks. Now Stefan Beer is moving in for the kill.
Yeah, it's my turn now. As you know, I'm not an expert in organizational crime, so I just have 4 points I'd like to make related to the methods. Shall we go through these one by one, or all at once, Markus?
All at once.
All at once. Okay.
I have my pencil.
Okay, I see. The first thing is when using different methods from different paradigms, there's of course always the question of triangulation. You pointed out that. I think that is quite challenging. So my question is, so do you already have experiences regarding triangulating with the presented methods in corporate crime research? Maybe you can tell us a bit more to this. That's the first thing. The second is in the lab experiments, the participants were students. And in the field experiments, they are conducted in companies.
Yeah, this has been CEOs
I see.
Inside companies and or staff of a company. You're right, yeah.
Okay, the question there is it possible or to what extent can one draw conclusions from students to employees in business companies? Then the third point is you've pointed out the difference between the bright and the dark field. So I wonder whether or in which way one can generalize to the dark field with the help of the presented methods.
Say it again, please. How do we generalize concerning the findings of the dark field?
Yes, yes. And the last thing is a little bit broader. I would be interested to know what you think about whether the investigations on organizational crime in business enterprises can be useful for research on deviance from rules in administrations, or in case of my research, hospital organizations. From a sociological point of view, the institutional principles there are different. So my question is, should this be considered, the institutional setting, in the research design? So that's the 4 points.
Yeah, many thanks. Shall I answer immediately, or shall we collect more?
Please do, Markus, and meanwhile, if there are any questions from the participants, then please forward it to EA's email, and from anyone attending the session, then raise your hand. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, so many thanks for your questions, and I just go through it. So as you know, I mean, we have a long-lasting experience with mixed methods approaches. So, and I think in almost all my research projects, or our research project, we use mixed methods approaches, and of course that was the basic idea, and where we very kind of collected experiences also in projects like the Volkswagen Foundation project. That we combine the triangulation efforts, and we especially found it helpful to see what impact do collective benefits have on, you know, on the way the people cheat, and this. So we ask the same question, not only in, you know, in concerning different methods, but also in different fields. Perfectly right. You can use, you know, these methods for administration fields as well, and of course, what we always do, like in the hospital sector, we have to take care for the institutional environment, and of course for the different laws and statutes that are applied, you know, to the different fields. This is kind of very important to do what we call a context analysis. Your second question, of course, students. Yeah, you know. Half of the world, when it comes to economists, they are using students for lab experience, and so I don't think that's a good thing to do. If we go for external validity, and I think that was not our idea. So we were rather trying to map internal validity. So if we do have, you know, these correlations, if we introduce in a factorial setting, if we introduce different, you know, factors, then do we have the same effects by using students? And as you can see, I mean, this has been, we've been asking students questions coming from the corporate sector. So that's why the incidence was such high, you know, only 29% decided for no cheating. So of course, if you do that now, when you move into the field, then you have like 11%, which is considerably high as well. at least for German standards. I don't know for Brazilian standards, because I don't know many factorial ways, but for German standards, it is considerably high. So, so what we do is kind of, we are heading for internal validity, and then we are chasing external validity, because, as you know, we are not satisfied with lab experience. At least me, I always want to know how this is working when we are into the field. And I'm not afraid of the field, like many economists are. So this is not economist bashing, sorry. It's just our experience when we're collaborating with economists here at Heidelberg University and elsewhere. Okay, can we generalize the findings concerning the dark field? I think, of course, if we take care that it's just a propensity to cheat, the propensity to act corrupt. If we move into, you know, into the real setting, the story is different. You know, of course, you have a executive which is kind of bothering you. Then you have, you know, your peers, your colleagues. You have, you know, all these informal rules, how to do things for the company. And so the setting is, and probably you have a high competitive pressure, and you are afraid to get fired very soon. So I think we can generalize it if we keep it straight to the propensity to act corrupt and the propensity to cheat. Then we really find a confirmation of what we've expected. But if we switch to, you know, how the real thing happened, then we have to take care for other factors and have to really see that this is a different story. So we cannot generalize from, you know, the dark field to the logics behind the bright field, but we can use kind of the factors involved to do a triangulative or embedded design. Any other questions?
Thank you, Markus. Yeah, I see none. We haven't received any from the audience. Perhaps any of the participants that are live here would like to comment or ask. Yes.
There's Mariana Prado or Mariano. Sorry.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Mariana Prado, sorry. I'm here. I can hear you. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm just curious about, as a legal scholar, about the role of these external norms. I understand you're focusing, you're taking a very close look inside the company, but the first experiment you mentioned, the students thought they were shredding the paper, so they knew there wouldn't be accountability, and that may have driven the reporting. So I'm wondering whether in your experiments you have played with that as well, meaning the participants would or would not be accountable somehow, and what role that play in the way they behaved. And of course, this is driven by my interest in understanding whether the law can affect how internal organizational behavior is structured. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks. You're quite right. So Ariely and the shredding experiments, this have been lab experiments. So this was not, you know, in a company or somewhere else. And of course, you're right concerning the accountability and liability, which makes it different, but which does not prevent from wrongdoing. So as we know, you know, this is, I mean, we really can reconstruct this quite nicely. It's not like the Volkswagen case number 2, the clean diesel scandal. You know, it's not a rational decision of actors. So now I install the defeat devices. That's not the rational decision. But it's kind of, you know, many decades of a pattern of wrongdoing inside the branch, so the car making branch, and even Volkswagen was detected in 1973 with the Volkswagen Beetle, yeah, because they did use wrong sensors for you know, pollution, and the fine was $100,000 US. So you know, there's kind of a long-lasting tradition of how we deal with things, and of course, yeah, this is kind of a difficult. So people are growing up with this kind of culture. They so kind of, you know, lose track concerning right and wrongs, and this is you've been growing up, and it's a strong culture. It's a kind of a strong organizational culture. Volkswagen is not just, you know, any company. So, and if you are working for Volkswagen, at least in Germany, most people are proud of, you know, and they are growing up, and of course they are not doing it for personal gain, for, you know, they're doing it for the best of the company. And of course, not all are doing it. It's just the inner circle. So mostly females are not as much involved like males. Yeah, mostly outsiders are not as much involved like insiders. So if we look at the job tenure, then we have like 20 to 30 years of job tenure in the Volkswagen concern. And this is just one example. We have many. So you can see this is kind of how this is emerging as an accepted way to deal with challenges concerning like NOx emissions and pollution cleaning devices like the defeat devices. You know, this is not just born 2004 when Audi bought it from Bosch, and 2006 when Volkswagen installed it. This is kind of a long history of, you know, accepted wrongdoings inside the branch and inside the company, and this is very often the case.
Thank you. I'd like to take the liberty to add that this is also true for the organizations, the economic ones that we've been studying in regards to Brazil. So those three aspects that Markus has highlighted in regards to gender, in regards to tenure, and in regards to how much of a newcomer or an insider you are, they're also mimicking in the Brazilian context, at least in regards to the construction sector. So of course there are other tendencies. I could also name the fact that women are treated more leniently as opposed to men. But sadly, we're not presenting those results today, but this avenue of research in regards to organizational crime seems to have an international feature that combines not just Western economies and the German automobile industry, but also other ones that might have a closer, a tighter or looser degree of connection to the public administration, that's for sure. Are there any other remarks? Seeing there are none, I'd like to thank Markus Pohlmann and Stefan Beer, and I'll invite Mario Jorge and Laura Hauck. So Mario, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Is it full screen? No.
Yes, it is. But there's a halo effect, so.
Yeah. Are the slides going through?
We can see the slides, yeah.
Perfect, okay. So first of all, thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here with our research group and to be able to present this to a wider audience, the work that we've put in. I've had a really good experience yesterday too. We had really great presentations. I'm going to try to live up to the standard set yesterday. I also want to apologize in advance to the translators in case I speak too fast or use too many technical terms. In general, though I'm going to be presenting about the topic of compliance, monitoring, prevention, and it's a review of the Odebrecht case before and after car wash operation. A key word here is a review. Because we have we had a lot of data, and especially I'm going to show soon. I'm going to show also the interviews that we did through the research project, and a lot of questions about compliance. And I've managed to compile this information to get the key insights as long as contextualize it with other sources. So for my presentation, I'm going to do a small introduction. It's compliance is an interdisciplinary field. You have business management, business administration, regulatory, criminal, and labor law. You can analyze it through a sociological standpoint and from a political standpoint. So I'm gonna try to make it as clear as possible, also to wider audiences. So this is why I also included an explanation of what are the compliance management systems. Then I'll go through what were the previous compliance standards at Odebrecht and what were the agreements and deals with law enforcement, what was their duty to implement and to create, and then the actual implementation with ensuing discussion. So, just say. So according to court records between 2001, 2016, just to present the case, Odebrecht makes approximately $800 million in illegal payments to political parties, officials and their representatives in 14 countries around Latin America and Africa, especially in Brazil. It generated more than 3.3 billion in profit to the company as a result of these payments. And this was possible, among other factors, also due to the inadequate anti-corruption controls and an inexistent, or well, as we also used to call them, paper compliance programs. I have a picture of Odebrecht here in the slide, but they have now been rebranded and they're called Novo Nor. So following the plea deal with the US authorities and the leniency agreements with several other authorities, not only in Brazil, the company implemented new measures and reorganized its structure. So focusing on organizational features, I will review the state of compliance in the company according to their annual public reports from 2014 to 2019, case files, which include the plea deals and other files from the car wash, the scandal, and also the bankruptcy file, which because they had some financial struggles after the scandal, and but the case file for the bankruptcy report was had a lot of insider information that we usually didn't have it before. They were disclosed in that file. Also, there were two previous publications on the topic, so two papers who tried to do exactly this, to analyze the compliance programs, the newly implemented compliance programs in Odebrecht. as well as the monitor's report, because with the plea deal, Odebrecht was appointed monitor to follow along the company and to make sure that they were implementing their compliance program. At the end of the period, it was a period of 3 years that was later extended for a little while. And at the end of that period, they published their report. And then the most important source that we have are the semi-structured interviews with key figures, also to overcome the limitations of the previous sources, which are the authoritative arguments, right? I don't want to just repeat what others said without being able to audit their work or rely on the authorities' argument. This is why the semi-structured interviews. Here I say key figures because we want to let the former and current employees of Novo Nord Odebrecht to remain anonymous. So what is compliance, right? The compliance is the means by which an organization can prevent, detect, correct illegal conduct and promote a culture that encourages compliance with regulations and ethical standards. I here want to also disclose my bias because I am extremely pro-compliance, and I'm going to explain why. Compliance is a delegation from state duty to prevent crime. They manage to delegate it through to the private sector, right? And they did that through initiative, through incentives. So in my opinion, this is just an addendum. It should receive full political support also. Bringing back to what Matthew Taylor mentioned yesterday of adding a political dimension to our work. Why? Because if you're against slave labor, exploitative capitalism, if you're on the left and you want to defend alternative means of control that are not prison or not criminal law, you should be supporting compliance measures, right? They are alternative means of leading or dealing with wrongdoing. And also from the right, because it's a way to ensure fair markets, fair competition. And I believe that is also one of the essences of liberalism. So where did compliance come from? It's part of macro-institutional changes in the anti-fraud landscape worldwide. It started with common international agreements for fair business practices so that one country wouldn't sabotage the other through their imports, exports, and their business dealings. And also through impactful events like the Enron scandal, which was an accounting fraud and reporting fraud that had in the United States that led to regulation like the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Also the 9/11 terrorist attack that led to what we know as today, the standards, the strict standards for anti-money laundering and know your client policies. Yes. So what are the incentives for companies to establish these programs? Now, these are my favorite ones. Of course, there are more incentives, and I guess experts on the field can name many more. But one is to avoid liability. So as a way for the company to protect themselves, a way for them to do everything they can in their power to prevent it. That doesn't mean that wrongdoing or fraud or crime won't happen. It's just the means that they have to make it, to diminish that impact. Reduce sanctions, fines, or penalties. Odebrecht, for example, received 25% reduction for their collaboration with authorities on their fines, to protect the company against fraud committed by employees or third parties, to prevent reputational damage, and also to gain a competitive edge. which means access to bids, public contracts that have stricter requirements. Also for the valuation process of companies, they are worth more if they have these sectors implemented. And nowadays you also have an ESG trend, compliance being inside the G, right? The governance aspect of environmental, social, and governance. So what are compliance management systems? Compliance management systems are, nowadays we have what we call the best practices. And they're based on all these international agreements, certifications, guidelines that were created, developed, and improved over the years. In Brazil, especially, companies tend to look for legislation, official legislations in the Clean Company Act and the decree that regulated the compliance programs. All the certifications for anti-bribery, risk management, and the guidelines from the Executive Internal Control Office, CGU, the stock market guidelines, and global advisory boards, such as the Global Initiative Report. And they divide a compliance management system, a structure that should include, among others, take or leave some of these aspects, which are top management, leadership involvement, risk assessment, communication training, nowadays also privacy and digital compliance, so with GDPR, LGPD, auditing, investigating, and due diligence. Disclaimers, there's no single formula for a compliance program. It needs to be adapted to the peculiarities of each business and each jurisdiction or each organization. And when I talk about an effective compliance program, an effective measure, I'm not using effective as a word that is something that has been strictly and is consensual, and it has been thoroughly empirically tested, but this is what we have nowadays as the state of the art of the formal recommendations. Also because it's hard to test and make experiments about how effective prevention measures are due to negative proof. So a loose translation for effective compliance systems is it's a system that's supposed to work. So what was the standard of compliance in Odebrecht? In 2014, there are no mention of the words integrity, compliance, or transparency. And in 2015, former President Emilio Odebrecht was still denying any wrongdoing and declaring his commitment to public interest. However, there's a caveat here. Compliance is very still early days across all business across Brazil. From a PwC report, there's a macro setting where barely any companies already have a compliance department. So this is not something that is surprising or a demerit in general. Also, still in the macro setting, the relationships with power to expand and subsidize business is not particular to Odebrecht at the time. The internationalization, Odebrecht was so proud to be a multinational and have business in different countries, but all those countries, they have the same characteristics as Brazil. They are places where they could go and bribe, and they could get the government to establish a relationship. So they have the same kind of dealings as Brazil did. Also, this is from the doctorate thesis from Bruno Carraza. The weight of donation at the time, this from maybe 2014, 2015, was 28% of all donations was made from the construction sector to politicians, but their participation of the construction sector in the GDP was very disproportionate, only 8%. And this is attributed to the impact of some sectors having a strong regulation, taxation, or the need to contract with the public sector. From the semi-structured interviews, which are the gems, right? so what is the word about how was compliance before the scandal? So during the scandal, there was an internal investigation that was initiated, but it was initiated by those investigated, and it was reported to those who were investigated and had a limited scope. The company man thought the code of conduct was sufficient for everything. The compliance structure afterwards did not start from 0, but from -1 due to resistance. The culture of trust, decentralization, and client first this is a culture in Odebrecht that was idealized through the Theo, which is their Bible for Odebrecht entrepreneurial technology. And from the interviews, we got the sense that these mottos for the company were completely misinterpreted, since auditors were seen as the traitors of trust. You shouldn't audit, you shouldn't monitor. This would be a break of trust. So up until 2014, there was no proper hierarchy structure, and complaints would hardly reach top management or be completely ignored. And when the scandal broke out, the executives alienated their own employees into thinking the company was a victim, including making employees call their families and make a protest. So the employees felt really damaged by the executives on top management. So with the agreements and guidelines, now I'm going to go through. I think I'm a little bit short on time. I might jump through what the agreements and enforcement guidelines, but just suffice it to say, Odebrecht had to pay a really big fine. They made deals in several countries, and they have thousands of things to implement, right? A high-level commitment from top management and implement thorough compliance programs, due diligence, et cetera, et cetera. Now we get to the implementation itself, which are the data from the reports, everything that was done from 2016, 2017, 2018, 19. And you can see that it's a process, right? You don't implement a compliance program in 1 year. It takes time to develop all the policies, to do training, to implement, to improve your resources, to hire personnel, etc. Due to time constraints, I can't explain each single one of them, but they are very promising. There are good measures that were taken. And you all can already see in the bottom, the 2016 report finds the term transparency being mentioned 26 times. And there are also 34 mentions for ethics, integrity. Now the terms are really present in all of the paperwork from Odebrecht. The previous published works found that this is from Cruz da Silva Monteiro in 2019 and De Araújo in 2020. They both were very optimistic. They managed to see that there was autonomy, resources, structure, leadership, a change inside Odebrecht. They verified the support from top management, although there were some caveats like the need for extension of the monitorship so they could address some issues, and the due diligence system that wasn't implemented yet. The end of monitorship report also gave then Odebrecht, this is from 2020 and 2021, 2020 from the DOJ and 2021 from the Public Prosecutor's Office, where at the end they attested that Odebrecht received their ISO 37001 anti-bribery certification, having implemented all of its main requirements. They have the hotlines for whistleblowing. They have done thousands and thousands of hours of training. They had the dismissals for the collaborators, right, who were previously involved in wrongdoing or diminished their positions in the company. They invested a great deal. They hired independent counselors for the administration council. So it was a very positive report. And then the semi-structured interviews regarding the implementation, they brought some very important key measures that I want to highlight. One is the high turnover and a younger workforce. 50% of the workforce at Novonor nowadays joined after car wash, and also around 45% of the workforce is under 35 years old. So now you have less people accustomed to the old ways of doing business, and you have a cultural shift. There are also 3 ways to avoid institutional relationship risk. Also, institutional relationship, the relationship between the political and the business. Now the demands and meetings are set as a group with a representative entity. There's new policies and training in place. And the most important one is that there's strict financial control of expenditure and cash flow. So now, even if you have some informal meeting or someone wanting to pay, make facilitation payments or bribes, now you have red flags through automated systems and auditing of all the financial and accounting reports, so that they can't make a parallel accounting. They can't send this money to Cayman Islands. They can't send it to Switzerland. They can't get the cash flow to pay these bribes. And these automated systems can also verify discrepancies in price due to over budgeting or something. It's not perfect, and of course there are ways to sidestep this, but it is something I would say state of the art in relationship to how to control institutional relationship risk. And the final one, very important too, is the action plan. So every employee has an action plan, and they have macro and micro, qualitative and quantitative goals regarding compliance. So up to 30% of executives' bonus also is tied to compliance targets. And if they don't reach these targets, they don't get their bonus. So the whole company has these macro targets, like, for example, reaching the certification from ISO something. So there's a kind of a game theory aspect where the employees need to cooperate, and they all need to act ethically to be able to reach these bonuses. So this is also a financial incentive to act ethically. This is the last part of the discussion. Is just Odebrecht recently hired an institutional relationship employee in Brasilia. They reopened their Brasilia offices. They hired someone who has contacts with the military, so they could probably have some better contacts inside the Jair Bolsonaro administration. But still, even though they did this hiring, the strict financial controls could be a way to prevent any wrongdoing from occurring. Also, the structural incentives is one of the main points of the working paper. Later on, I have a lot of data, right? It's hard to convey everything into the presentation. I'm very sorry. So the structural incentives is where my argument is that it's don't be evil is much better than can't be evil is much better than don't be evil. If it doesn't matter if you have bad apples in your organization, it doesn't matter if one of the employees wants to defraud the company, wants to pay a bribe. If you have structural incentives and you have a structure that prevents him from doing that, it's much better. And you have that through automated systems. You have that through excluding intermediaries. You have that through several measures that are now being tested, of course, still, but also implemented. And I bring someone like whistleblower protection here, also diversity management, prolonged bonus terms, the detachment of the ombudsman from the management or from the owners, and smart contract implementation. You have several features that can create the structure of can't be evil, instead of trying to moralize the company and train them to be integral and ethical through this don't be evil and feature. Yeah, so that's my conclusion. If you have any questions, I'm open. You can also send an email and we can discuss this further. This is just a small overview of what we've been able to collect so far. Thank you very much.
I guess this is my time to ask some questions. So thank you very much for this very insightful presentation, Mario. And I put down some questions that I'd like to ask. So you told us that you studied the annual reports, and to what extent do you derive like real change from the changes made to the annual reports? Because ultimately these reports are statements by the company about itself and not like actual evidence that anything has changed for the better. Just because they say they have more training now doesn't mean that the employees are really less corrupt, or the mentions of transparency doesn't make an organization more transparent. So what we learned from Markus's presentation is that crime is not always like a rational decision. So to what degree can you actually draw conclusions from these annual reports more than them being just marketing? And what do we know about the unwritten rules from that?
That's a very good question, and it relates exactly to the aspects that we identified in many organizations, which is paper compliance, right? You have the code of conduct, and but all the informal relations are being conducted differently. What happens, it depends also on the company, right? If you have an open company, if you have shares in the stock market, you are bound to be strictly regulated, and you also have to go through auditing procedures. Right. This is also related to the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, that because of the Enron scandal, right, where they had this whole other institution, their separate special provision organizations that would get all the debts of the company, and their records were stellar, so their stock rose. So these auditing measures for companies that are open and have shares and have shareholders and more stakeholders, I would say it's much, much easier to corroborate the evidence that they produce. Through my review, I decided to use multiple sources. So I have the authoritative argument, right? The monitor said it, the department said it, the several authorities said it, but also the semi-structured interviews, so that from the insider's perspective, with an anonymity where they can speak frankly about what really goes on in the company, I believe this addresses some of these limitations. However, this is still harder for companies which still have a family as the owner, they are closed, they don't have as many duties to report. Those companies, I'd say, are harder to corroborate, and they could have these informal settings having a prevalent role. Since my focus was now on Odebrecht and Novanor, and we do have these interviews and we do have this corroboration, I believe it would almost reach the point of sufficing, right, to having a little bit of certainty about those allegations.
Thank you. So I have two more questions. Like, one, how many interviews did you conduct in total?
Our sample isn't very big. It's a handful. So from employees and former employees, it's about 7-8 interviews. They are related to key figures in management, in top management, in the administration council, and in the compliance department, though. This is why I add, it's not a big sample inside a company, but it's still a weighted sample, I argue. And also, I believe in 2018, the compliance department had about 81 employees. So a sample size of around 10, because there are also external in the employees, but directly related to Odebrecht, which would bring our count up to maybe 13, 14 interviews total. Those figures are related to the monitorship and enforcement, and also defense attorneys. Yeah.
Thank you. And I also want to mention like the aspect of culture that wasn't, I know it wasn't the main focus on your presentation right now, but you mentioned it in your paper. And we all know the phrase culture eats strategy for breakfast. And we now know Odebrecht has the strategy, a new, very elaborated compliance management system. But what evidence do we have of the real cultural change that is needed to really make a difference, especially in the light of the fact that they now have a new director of institutional relations again?
That's a very good question. Like, I wouldn't put my hand on the fire for any institution, right? I'm going to give you an example. Siemens, I have the data here. Look at it. Siemens between 2006 and 2009 conducted around 1,750 interviews with their employees. They reviewed more than 14 million documents. They employed more than 500 compliance officers in their global operations. They developed IT tools to raise red flags. And they suffered a monitorship for an extended period. And in 2010 and 2012, they were still paying around $1 billion in bribes in China, and they were firing compliance employees who were raising red flags in China. This doesn't mean that the compliance system for Siemens didn't work, or all of this implementation didn't work. It just means that in these borderline territories where you have different customs, different jurisdictions, you still have weak links, and we still need better measures to deal with that. How do companies grow and expand and acquire businesses in countries where there might be some need for political engagement? So for Odebrecht and the cultural shift, there's some evidence to attest to the cultural shift. From the interviews we get, that there are still 1 or 2 executives who are there posing some resistance, and that weren't, like, for example, the monitorship ended. So one of the executives asks, so do we need to continue with the training, with the communications training? And yes, we do, so there still might be some resistance, but now it's a minority. Now it's a minority that gets overwhelmed. And you also have internal surveys with all the employees to kind of attest to that. I would think of more ways to corroborate the cultural shift. And it's not a certainty that companies won't be involved, just like the Siemens case. But the point is that it doesn't mean that all this implementation was in vain or it didn't work. I mean, imagine how much more you would have if you didn't implement it. This is kind of the idea. Markus, yeah?
Yeah, many thanks, Mario, for your presentation. I like the talk you gave and the story you told, but I don't buy your conclusions. So as you told with the Siemens stories, I mean, let's do the thought experiment. So we are now 1 decade earlier, and we allow Odebrecht to take over all these nice Siemens measures and data mining and so on. Would it have been prevented the Lava Jato, what was behind the Lava Jato case? So cartel antitrust building plot they kind of constructed since many years? My answer to this question is flatly no. Because most of the times compliance is well established concerning, if you look at compliance departments concerning liability and the avoidance of liability, but it's very poorly established concerning prevention. And even now you came up with a data mining, which okay, it's a digitalization and so on. You know, we're kind of in some companies, Laura knows that, where we try to even find some digital data to be used to only define a dependent variable. Impossible. So I mean, this is of course part of the story, you know, for the financial. Of course, there you have all the data available and you have all these nice red flags. But I mean, that is what Siemens had and what Volkswagen had. Did it help? No, because I mean, compliance is mostly about liability, and they're sometimes good at liability and avoid liability, and they have all these nice people from law school, and they know what to do, and they are kind of you know. So, but the main topic you are raising is prevention, right? And I think so. That's my last sentence. I think compliance is really, I repeat myself, poorly established concerning prevention. And even if we just look at behavioral, you know, prevention, it's poor. But if we look at structural prevention, it's even poorer. So what use is it concerning prevention? And I think it's of a minor importance, you know, concerning prevention.
Do we have time? Can I make a last comment? Okay, so yes,
Sorry for challenging you.
No, I did focus on prevention, especially because I'm really excited about digitalization and the IT tools that we will have. Are being developed, and we will develop better to make these types of facilitation payments impossible in the future. Maybe if it's not consolidated yet because of the control of cash flow. But regarding there are more aspects, right? There are detection and correction. Let's say that Odebrecht had this system implemented before Lava Jato. Right. And also there's the problem about ownership and administration council, right? And the vote power and majority and minority of independent council inside. But what you would have would be someone would raise a flag. This compliance monitor or chief compliance officer would take it straight to the conformity committee leader. The conformity committee leader would have to take this to the administration council. This wasn't the way it was before. And what would happen was not prevention. The facts, I agree with you, they would have happened, but you would have had a detection and maybe a correction. Like this would have been something that if you had the independent council as a majority, you can protect the shareholder and you can protect the stakeholder. They are not there to protect the owners. They're there to protect the company from doing damage to itself. At least this is the cultural shift happening nowadays in the professionalization of these councils. And the administration council is also a tool required by law for open companies, but it's being more and more established to also closed companies. I have to agree with you. I'm not going to put my hand on the fire for a company that I'm not involved with. But I do believe my arguments stand in that the prospect for improving prevention, detection, and correction are much, much, much better. That's the point. Yeah. Thank you, Markus, for your notes, and thank you very much, Laura. I will take them into consideration, and I will try to review some of my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Mariana, for a brief remark before we move on, just so that we don't get a lot behind schedule. So Mariana, and then off to you, Mario, for a wrapping up remark, and then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, very briefly. Thank you, Mario. Your presentation was super interesting. I just want to challenge you on the normative assumption. And the question here is about this delegation of law enforcement to the company. I wonder if you have considered the distributive impact of this, meaning if the state is enforcing the law, taxpayers are paying for it. If you're putting it inside the company, now the company is probably going to transfer this cost to consumers, and a careful analysis of who then is paying for this, I think would reveal probably interesting things that might change your normative assumption. But this is just maybe a suggestion more than a question. Thank you.
Can I just say this is very important. I have no idea. And the same thing happens with sustainability, environmental issues. Is the consumer paying for the company being now sustainable and implementing all these measures to be green? So I think this is an issue. You are totally correct, but it applies to other areas too.
So thank you. With that, we wrap up this panel, and I'll leave the word now to Wagner, so we proceed to the last presentation.
Bom dia, então, a todos e todas. Obrigado pelas apresentações até agora do professor
Good morning,
Markus
everyone. Thank
Pohlmann.
you for the presentations that we had so far from Professor Markus Pohlmann and Mario Jorge. And now we are going to the third and last presentation in this side of the German research group. Now we are going to have the paper from Maria Eugenia Trombini and Elizângela Valarini, rational executives and selfish politicians, the cultural repertoires of legal experts. And Fernando de Castro Fontainha will be the debater. We thank him for his presence. So I pass the floor to Elizângela and Maria. Thank you, Wagner. I'm going to share my screen. Selfish politicians and rational executives, the cultural repertoire of legal experts. I hope you can follow. Me and Maria, we are going to follow a line that goes outside the organizations. We presented the project focus with this focus, but we said that one of the questions that we have raised is also the institutional environment. Thinking in a broader sense about the institutional environment where organizations and players are engaged, but also speaking of institutional environment, thinking of the players of the legal system, in the legal system, the judicial system. We are bringing the magistrates to this analysis, the prosecutors, the prosecutor's office, public prosecutor's office, and the attorneys. Here we start from an agenda. We're going to work briefly on our findings. So where are our studies anchored? As we said yesterday, we heard in several presentations, and in the round table we heard about this project of the car wash starting from 2014 that escalated in terms of the debate of corruption in Brazil. And from Brazil, towards the words. So we have several other studies today trying to understand not only the car wash operation, but also the public opinion, anti-corruption agenda, and corruption itself.
So our study here specifically is within these other studies. We try to understand corruption and the anti-corruption process by, analyzing the action of the stakeholders under the judiciary system. So we have many studies that explain corruption in the macro sphere or by means of the macro sphere processes. We have the characteristics of the political system and the judiciary system itself. We have other studies that will address the reconstruction of cultural processes, the mapping of causes and consequences. Even the behavior of specific groups is addressed sometimes. So some of the studies, as we said yesterday, they will talk about the accountability network, the enhancement of the institutions, and other studies will address the relationship of proximity between the judiciary system members and the political class members. And this is posed as a difficulty or as a hurdle to advance in fighting against corruption. We also have a gap. We lack studies that will address the cognitive and normative processes of the stakeholders under the anti-corruption agenda. So we wondered, what are the cultural repertoires that guide the actions of these stakeholders when they are faced with the corruption phenomenon? Very well. So here we are taking into account this whole field. Some authors call it a field. So here we call it a complex. So that's a definition of the legal studies, law studies, the social and historical traditions. And complex is seen as a unity, a new collective stakeholders. And these collective stakeholders are interconnected. So here we developed a timeline, not exactly to show the evolution of the processes and the events that led to this entire anti-corruption movement or the anti-corruption complex, as we call it. But here we took into account the many elements that are interconnected. We took into account organizational elements, the General Attorney's Office, for example, the task force, and how they operate, but we also took into account the macro elements. For example, agreements that Brazil signed off, conventions, and changes that happened at the international sphere, changes that took place at the national sphere as well, but that somehow they played an influence and caused an impact on this entire process. That is the expansion of the anti-corruption struggle, the anti-corruption movement in Brazil. Our core issue is understanding the action of the key stakeholders under this anti-corruption agenda based on the Brazilian context. And more specifically, our specific issue is understanding how the stakeholders localize the issue of corruption, thinking about the relationship between the political and the economic systems, which is a feature of this major corruption that we have been talking about and that we discussed yesterday in this seminar. Very well, the assumptions, they are grounded on the sociology of knowledge. So we assume that the practices of the stakeholders, they are guided by interpretative patterns that are acknowledged mutually and accessed by the same social group. And in view of the issue That is, how can we explain and fight against corruption? So the professionals of the anti-corruption complex, they use the same cultural repertoire that is specialized, but it's not available to the overall population. So they use this interpretation pattern that is specific, that is about this group only. State bureaucracy, and speaking about the justices and prosecutors, that would be a subgroup within the law professionals that could, think differently from the political stakeholders. They would be then closer to this group because of their careers, because of their public careers as civil servants. So now we'll talk about the mapping of the collective mindset patterns of the professionals pertaining to the anti-corruption complex, pertaining to the justice system. What is the collective mindset pattern? So Markus spoke about this in a very simplified fashion. So that's one of the methods that we worked with under this project to make the qualitative analysis and to analyze other kinds of documents as well. So in summary, the mindset patterns, they are socially valid interpretation of the environment and of oneself that can be used for guiding the action. This method was developed in Germany. There is this theoretical and methodological base from Germany. It's a hermeneutics method. So we want to scrutinize the thinking structures, the meaning structures that a certain group of stakeholders, or in a broader sense, that a certain society uses to explain actions when they are challenged, when they are questioned. So this will provide models or typical ideal situations on facts, events, experiences, as if it were a true model on the relationship, on the behavior, and on signifying via social events. And they operate as reducing factors of complexity. So the individuals, us, we don't need to be faced on a daily basis with experiences or situations that are deemed to be unique or new, but then we rely on the existing mindset patterns that have been established in the social context. And then we may react vis-a-vis certain situations, and we can also communicate in a society as a group, because reciprocity enables us to speak the same language, so to speak. So we interpret the same phenomena in a similar fashion. Our sample for the analysis were the qualitative interviews that we performed with the lawyers, public prosecutors, magistrates. Yes, exactly, magistrates. So we have 24 interviews that were conducted. The interviews were made in Portuguese. We recorded the interviews and then we transcribed the interviews and analyzed them using a software. This software helped us to manage the entire content. Just to give you an idea, the interviews lasted from 1 to 2 hours. So transcription generates a high number of pages. So we sought to distribute the sample throughout many locations where the operations occurred, the operations of the database occurred. So here we have the interviewees that were part of the car wash operation, the Sandcastle operation and Mensalão operation, and they were located at different levels, jurisdictional levels, from the Supreme Court or the first level court. So in terms of control and comparison, we added 2 stakeholders. one of the interviewees has nothing to do with this anti-corruption complex, as we call it. This person acts in a different area. So we have another representative from the Economic Council, the ACADE, the Antitrust Council, that is not related directly to this complex. So let me talk about the results now. Well, the members of the justice system, where do they locate the issue of corruption? When we ask them, tell me about this relationship between the economic system and the public system. So tell me a little bit about the case. This is what we ask of them. So let me tell you how they explain the issue to us and this relationship, the relationship between the political economic systems and corruption. So we found more than one mindset pattern. We are going to show to you the two most prevalent, the two patterns that really show predominantly in our sample. So the top ranking one, the one that most shows, is addressing corruption and relating it to the individual. It's an ethical, moral issue that happens with the stakeholders. The individual actors, they are anti-ethical and immoral. So it's quite interesting to see the text because it shows an excerpt of one of the interviews. So it's possible to separate two key groups. One of them, in my opinion, is the worst kind of group, that is the corrupt politician. The politician that very often, enters into this public service with the intention of wrongdoings. He or she wants to get rich, they want to take advantage of this public service. So to me, this is the most evil group, the harmful group. And although I'm not an expert, they are close to a psychopath. They are truly psychopaths that do not see the misery situation that we live in. Well, half of the Brazilians do not have basic sanitation. Half of Brazilians do not have treated water, supply of treated water. This is absurd. In a rich country like ours, we are not a poor country, we are rich, a rich country, and they close their eyes. They choose not to see that. They do not become a mayor, a governor, a president, a congressman, a senator to do the best for their people. No, they're just there to perpetuate themselves in power and to do embezzlement. They employ friends and family members and they want to keep being on power. They want to keep on stealing with the same very standard, the same very pattern. They are the white-collar criminals, as we call them. So this is just an excerpt to give you an example on the mindset. So what are the key characteristics of this kind of mindset? So the wrongdoing is abnormal and it results from the individual characteristics. These people, they are not upright, they are selfish, they are immoral, and they go to a public position just to perpetuate themselves in power. So politics is seen as something contaminated, something that is dirty, contaminated by such stakeholders. And they usually say it's about the political stakeholders. And these stakeholders establish politics, what the politics is. So politics is seen as a dirty locus, an immoral, anti-ethical, harmful locus, as we saw in the text that we read. Well, so the dirty politics undergoes this deterioration process. So it hasn't been like this forever. This is very clear in the interviews and texts that we analyzed. This was a whole process. So they miss a different kind of politics that was different, but then it got contaminated and the good people shun away from this kind of dirty politics. So we have this condition of a process becoming contaminated, becoming dirty, and there is a whole period of time for this to happen. So the ascending of the ignorant, as they call it. So in the last 20 years, they believe that politics has been contaminated according to the narrative of the interviewees. And in order to solve the corruption issue, all you have to do is change the representatives. So we must replace the politicians. The issue of corruption has to do with the politics. It is the politicians that are there just to thrive in their careers and get rich. So if we replace the politicians, this group of politicians, we will be able to sort the issue of corruption here. Very well, that was the most prevalent mindset that we found in our interviews. The second most relevant mindset is about corruption as a system that self-regulates and self-feeds itself. So in this kind of mindset, the stakeholders, they are not at the core point. They do not justify the narrative. It's all about the system. Let me give you an example with this excerpt from one of the texts of the interviews. Basically, I think it's a business perspective. It's a kind of business model in Brazil. The Brazilian state is very large. It's very hard to truly develop business with the state, with a major potential. And then you have as a client the state, and the state is basically corrupt. So we cannot do business ethically here. You would not compete or win bids. You would have several problems if you didn't do that. Sometimes it seems that I'm saying that the businessmen are victims of this political class. But this is not true. It is a system that self-perpetuates, self-feeds itself. There are other politicians. The politicians, they are replaced, but that's the relationship system that we have. So to them, it's just a business model. And for the politicians, it's a funding model and also personal enrichment model. And that's how the system goes. The stakeholders change, but it's just a business model. It was a prosecutor who said that. So you see that corruption is seen as a mindset, a business model that is not anchored on the fact that the stakeholders are an issue. It's like an ecology. It's a system that self-regulates itself, that self-feeds itself. There are two poles. And let's say one of the poles is the worst one. One of the sides is the worst one. The campaign costs and bureaucracy in public biddings are actually incentives, so that both poles cooperate between themselves. And since the stakeholders are interchangeable, the institutional agreement will not fight against the practices, so they're more complex. Well, when we consider the lack of incentives for such action, this is much more complex, a more complex task. So here in the narrative, we see vanity from this group. Oh, it's a very complex task, they say. It's not about the stakeholders, it's about the system, that's what they say. But we do this, we can handle this, although the task is complex. So Maria will carry on. Very well, Elizângela was talking about two of the collective mindset patterns, but we were able to reconstruct two other mindset patterns that is worth mentioning. One of them, number 3, that is corruption, impunity, class privilege, and biasing of the justice system. It has an interesting trait that is acknowledging the political agenda of the judiciary system, the top courts. So they ascribe the corruption to the justices from the Supreme Court. And that's the issue. That's what they say. The issue is the proximity between this justice group to the politicians, and this eventually will serve the interests of the political and economic elites. And this will hinder the fighting against corruption. That was the third mindset that we had. And the mindset that is antagonistic to the criminal mindset that sees the politicians as the culprits. So that's the mindset that blames, that says that the political system is a hostage of the economic system. They blame the business community. So the blame is on Brazilian capitalism. The blame is on the economic organizations, most of them, you know, led by the bourgeois. The bourgeois that does not see itself as political system. So politics is a sphere of power where power is used, but it's not composed of members of the economic elite. So the most powerful in society, therefore, are the businessmen and women and the politicians. Even the politicians that took part in the major corruption scandals, they are just employees. They are just at the service of the business community. They are at the service of the economic power. It's interesting to see that this mindset was activated by the outsiders. It is on the periphery of the core. If we take this typological perspective of the agents and the stakeholders of anti-corruption and where they would be located.
Well, and I'm not specifying the gender here, just to say, here we made an effort. I'm going to borrow the criteria used by Markus, but to think of a superficial field and an underwater field. We have the anti-corruption professional here at the surface that displays a collective mindset pattern that thinks of the environment as a dirty, as a dark field with individuals that do not have the expected qualities. Here we raise some points, some ideas and cultural repertoires that may be associated to this way of thinking and to responding to the problem of the actions of the anti-corruption force. Moral justice, the idea of a moral compass is a Kant's idea of a categoric imperative, the right way of positioning oneself. A juridicism may be supported by a positivism and belief and law as a science. The classism, this nostalgia for the past in which politics were still space of virtues, relevant space for the dispute with the public opinion. The decadence of Brazilian politics seems to be associated to a class thinking, and those who detain the monopoly of truth would be this group of professionals. As Protestant individualism, we mean by this moral individualism, the idea that the well-educated are there as a group that has the important qualities to make the decisions. The opposite would be a Latin humanism. The Latin humanism is more associated to community conduct models, would be previous to the eclosion of an economy rationality, a capitalist rationality that this individual seems to display, and regressive liberalism close to the Brazilian context is a liberalism with two trends, one more radical, more associated to a democracy that then is closer to anarchy, while regressive liberalism is more conservative, more coupled to a military tradition. And then you embedded the idea of civilization's progress and modernization. So we can imagine that in the underwater, the submerged field, we have some of these categories. This is an effort to try to find some kind of validation for our data, supported by elements that the project brought. Here we have the answer from the social demographics questionnaire on the question about political engagement of the group. Most of the answers were no. Some called our attention, saying that they were forbidden by their careers, due to their careers. Some were supporters of political parties, and some others opted not to answer what kind of engagement they had with politics. So here's the mosaic from our answers for what kind of engagement they would have. And finally, here's an attempt to try to understand why these mindset patterns can anchor the actions of the judiciary, and the judiciary here in terms of the awards. Well, as we have already commented, these are variables shared with dummies, so that if there was collaboration in the course of the investigation, in the course of the criminal procedure or not, and if there was something different from an award, from a sentence. And as we imagine collaboration in terms of the executives, in the case of the executives were much more common than politicians. In the Workers' Party, in the PT, we have only 3 lines, so only 3 politicians that went for plea bargaining, plea agreements. This is our plexus of 445 lines, and being political decreases a probability of establishing a negotiation. We know that this impacts the output of the process. And from the whole group, the known condemnation, the guilty or not guilty sentences, the ones that were found defendants not guilty, were given for executives. So being executive increases a probability of receiving a non-guilty award, not being sentenced. Although there is a sentence, the defendant is found not guilty. And being a politician, the trend is the opposite. Here we are here showing the validation of this mindset analysis, allowing us to position this result to the way in which the group is thinking, bringing the cultural repertoires beyond yesterday's agenda, which was the agenda that pointed out that this is a political group, although sometimes it does not describe it as such. Thank you for the presentation, Elizângela and Maria. And now, Fernando Fontainha from Federal State University of Rio de Janeiro, UERJ. Thank you again, Fernando, for being with us.
Sim.
So, good morning to all in the Global South. Good afternoon to all in the Global North. I prepared myself to speak in English, but I see that Renata is here doing a great job, so I'll do the new friends a favor, not so much for the old friends, and I will speak in Portuguese. You will prefer very much her voice rather than mine. Então, Maria Eugênia e Elizângela, primeiro, obrigadíssimo pelo convite.
Thank you very much, Elizângela and Maria. Thank you for the organizers. Extraordinary event. Thank you for the invitation to get to know better your work. I received an excellent paper. I loved your research work. But let's start on the topic that you are inviting us to deal with today. It's in the agenda of today. I think it's of utmost importance in the political sociological studies in the area of law. After you have introduced the matter to us, the question that I ask myself is, we as Brazilians, are we the only country in the world where politicians organize the corporate cartels and trusts? Can we do this feat? I think not with the help of the legal scholars we were able to get there. But and another question that I ask is, can it be such ignorance, such childish, the way in which these people get in addressing politics? What would be the relationship between politics and law politics and the economy, can it be more weird than it is? Can it be more childish? Are they such dumps? Is it so? Because you organize a map that is very precise, the map of the Brazilian lack of intelligence of what would be corruption in Brazil, and I dare to say around the world. The guys, they could be in any bar, and these are people with higher education, but they could be in a bar talking about that, saying that. The paper organized it and we established connections that are very generous, let's say, with the natives. Every researcher awards the collaboration and the willingness to participate and use documents as with some sort of benevolence. And this is an advantage of this paper. We see several papers in this area that start with the premise of a criticism to the work of the legal experts. And from the beginning to the end, we see that you are very much willing with your methodology not to buy for the face value, but to explicit that it's a narrative. You don't buy their point of views. This is clear. But you are very generous because you take it seriously. And you know why? Because it is serious, in fact. They don't think that things are different than what they declare to you. And at the same time, they're not idiots. Some are, but it's not about it. There is no stupidity. There is no structure for the stupid thinking or stupid meaning or stupid interpretation. That's not it. It's not about that. But it's something else. And I wanted to explain the aspect because its dialogue with your work allows us to think of the contemporary political sociology from the point of view of studies focused on anti-corruption processes that have nothing to do with corruption. And I have a theoretical question and a methodological question, both. I'd like to hear from you about these two questions. Both of these questions, they go towards the following reflection. This is a discomfort where I'm not comfortable with all of these studies, and these are excellent studies. Why do we ask to a judge, to a prosecutor, to an attorney, what's their narrative? How do they see a phenomenon that it's under their own judgment? When we talk to the judges, when we observe a court, a judicial hearing, when we read the documents that they produce, we can study the judicial system. If we make an hyper-contextual effort that I'm sorry, you did not make it, and you did not need to apologize, but you did not make that. There's a hyper context that allows us to reach the situation that is on trial there. We watch the trial of a rape, and we cannot talk about the rape. We are talking about the trial, right? When we talk about drug dealing, there are people that do ethnography in the favelas amidst the dealers. When it's a classic of criminality violence. It's the biography, it's Jack Bullard, the biography of a sentenced criminal. I don't know one study that may be, but I don't know one study that will try to find someone that has been sentenced, that was sentenced and then found not guilty, that was engaged while accused of corruption to perform a study of this nature. This is someone that you may ask, well, what's the meaning of donating money to a campaign? Did you participate in that? What's the meaning of that? Or even a politician. Well, you had a campaign, you coordinated such and such campaign. Such company deposited some funds. Tell us how this happened. How did it happen? Tell your side of the story. What the person is saying doesn't matter if the person is going to tell the truth or lie, but they are going to organize. You have, through the data collection, through an interview, a little bit more of robustness that the categories through which is going to reorganize in front of your eyes as a researcher, their experiences that they lived. So I have a problem. when someone studies the car wash operation and wants to talk about corruption in Brazil, because I don't see this connection. This connection to me is non-existent. Of course, that is not. This is a provocation. But we must make an effort of hyper-contextualization, at least at the same level that legal experts would do, to try to recategorize facts of the world around categories of law. At least the same level of effort, the cryptology. I started by the methodology. You're doing data collection from interviews. I have nothing against interviews. I love them. I have done a lot already. But my problem is when you ask people what is their opinion on generic phenomenon, we are in a universe that is the universe of what you have captured. You have not captured, even if you have, in other words, I'm going to use other words, I think you're doing broader theory with a lot of added values with some brought by some researchers. You are trying to do a generalization from saturation and similarity, trying to build what you're calling the cultural repertoire. I think you reached what is we call a corporate narrative. They say things that are close to each other because they are working these categories collectively in an organized international network that is previous to the car wash operation. They have been working this together. They are not going to say things that are different from each other, but it is not directly connected to the experiences that they live. It's not from where they bring these narratives. They participate in other instances of politics. In these interviews, at least from the 4 categories that you have elaborated, 3 start with corruption. I don't think that you asked for them how was the process where they accumulated votes, how they cover a colleague that is in maternity leave, how they commute to other territories. So the internal policies, the internal politics where the places where they live. I don't believe that this phenomenological reduction is going to be done with such little contingencies. I think that other contingencies will appear much more strongly. They are here invited to talk about a phenomenon or a dimension of the phenomenon that they don't live. They don't live because the politics that they do in their corporations, it's not a politics that really has a strong interaction, has a daily life to set up a flow of experiences, organizing the least stock of experiences based on what we call political system. So they are not talking about experiences that they lived. They're not talking about that. What leads me to the theoretical point. I love Schultz. I love Schultz. I think that one of the most interesting studies about anti-corruption studies, the phenomenology of operations, is exactly that, thinking that these people are connecting to each other, relating to each other, they are producing sanctions. They are producing juridical sanctions in a regime of phenomenological reduction. At least we must presuppose that there's no ontological property of these objects that these people are manipulating and exchanging. Perfect. But be it grounded field or cognitive sociology, the theory of action that you are using, I think it's a theory guided towards the sociological explanation of the short-term actions in the immediate horizon of these actions. This explains the social order at the level that it's labeled by people. That's on which we don't think about in our daily lives while we are doing, because we turn into a routine, be it in a long-term action or as, for example, a course of law or along a whole career. I think that you exaggerated of a cognitive sociology, making it more an understandable sociology. And I believe that it was not very clear, or maybe the paper points out to something that I disagree. It's not a problem, but I disagree. that it's a spontaneity, a spontaneous structure of thinking, or a structure of meanings, or a system of a mindset, a collective mindset. It's a cultural repertoire.
Para mim, o professor Fernando travou. Para
I'm
vocês
sorry, he's frozen, his image has frozen. Yes.
Assim,
Vamos pedir, quando ele voltar, eu aviso para ele. Eu acho que para não atrasar muito o
When
programa.
he comes back, well, to avoid delays, you could talk on his remarks. And if you can do it in 5 minutes, I appreciate. So perhaps Markus, he's raised his hand, so Markus can use the floor. And then we address his questions. I would like to address his questions when he's here, so Markus could use the floor. Okay, Markus?
Yeah, many thanks. Do you understand me?
yes.
Okay, yeah, many thanks for your talk and the really carefully elaborated collective mindset analysis. I was wondering, what do you attribute to a professional effect and what do you attribute to a cultural effect? So let's say if we skip for a moment the content of the collective mindset analysis and go into the mechanism.
Fernando, você voltou, só que deu uma travada, aí a gente está ouvindo uma pergunta
Fernando,
do Markus,
you crashed.
e
So
aí
we're
você
listening
depois
to
termina.
Markus's question and then you finish your remarks, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that.
Não tem problema.
Okay. Okay. So if we
Diga, Markus, continua com a sua pergunta.
Okay, if we look at the pattern behind, and then we see kind of a legal profession blaming politicians and blaming the system. So my question is, would it be the same all over the world? Or what are, you know, the cultural things behind? So is it a common pattern concerning the legal profession? Or is it a special Brazilian thing you are dealing with?
Vou fazer uma sugestão, então, aqui, por causa da questão do tempo. Eu vou pedir para o Fernando complementar, finalizar os comentários, e aí vocês respondem os dois juntos, tudo bem?
Wagner, me ouve bem agora?
Very well. Can you hear me, Wagner? Yes, now it's perfect. Carry on. Thank you. So it's an elective affinity between the day-to-day work that we learn from other articles, other research projects that we take as assumptions, and this cultural repertoire. Data that I have from so many other sources and so many other papers lead me to believe, and I'll try to structure that with an example, especially regarding the mindset of your article, the example of Sergio Moro. So you were talking about the specialization of judicial levels. So Sergio Moro, before the car wash, he had a few years in a specialized court on money laundering and corruption. So this gave me the impression that sociologically you were, you know, ascertaining that this long-term experience gave him the knowledge to navigate and to produce sociability and reciprocity, so that there could be a social relationship with the major corruption network. But we know that. You also claim that we need to compare data collected in interviews with the prosopographies. We know about Moro's trajectory. Even before being in that court level, he was part of this international network. Today, this network is well mapped. It's well followed up on. We know who attended the master's degree in the US, in the UK, in Portugal. These are master's degree on anti-corruption. So some of them hold this name, anti-money laundering master's degree. And Moro was part of this network. He is really a member of this kind of network. He's a firm member in all days. And these people, they politically, they intervene much more than what they say in the interviews. So you're not naive, you know that. But the conceptions, they are written conceptions in press articles, in judicial sites. Sometimes they're even intellectual confessions in pseudo-academic papers that they write. The final book by Moro is The Corruption System. That is the thesis of the systemic corruption, that it doesn't exist anywhere else. The lawfare thesis only the defense lawyers defend, and the systemic corruption thesis only the law professionals uphold such thesis. So I believe that these are, remarks, and you made me think about things that really sharpen and refine the research agenda of the political social agenda on international law based on these recent empirical studies. They're highly relevant. And congratulations on your work. I would like to deeply thank you for giving me the opportunity of reading your work. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fernando. So I'll pass the floor back to the presenters, Elizângela and Maria. So I'll begin with Fernando's remarks. Thank you so much, Fernando, for your remarks. They are really making us rethink some of the points of this work. First, I would like to say that we were somewhat surprised with the mindset that we found. As you said in the beginning, we expected to find something that would be more grounded on the field knowledge and not grounded in any kind of day-to-day conversation, saying bad things about politics, saying that these are the stakeholders, they are immoral and they are corrupt. So this shouldn't come from a specific group. This is something that is shared by a group that is not an expert group on the anti-corruption struggle. So we were caught by surprise, and many of the questions that you asked, we are going to answer giving you an explanation on the methodology and on the theoretical basis that are behind our method. So we made open interviews. So we were not seeking for a pre-developed question. So we had a more inductive approach in our interviews. So we developed a questionnaire, an exhaustive questionnaire with the questions addressing the corporate crimes and the biography of the stakeholders, the way they think, the international influence in the Brazilian scenario. So this questionnaire had many blocks of questions. So during the interviews, we inductively mapped the themes whenever we see this relationship between economics and politics. We didn't have a specific questions asking, what do you think about such and such? Who's the culprit? What's your opinion on that? So we had no direct questions relating to the topic. We used induction, we were inducive, and then we took the interviews and we categorized. We found the excerpts when we saw the relationship and an explanation on the Brazilian issue, on the Brazilian context. So there are many ways of explaining that will result in the mindset. So we have the Latin Americans, for example. They really like, drinking something. So we have excerpts, different kinds of segments that really address this kind of content. Our methodology. Well, our method is to try to scrutinize the narrative, to see what's behind the narrative. And the collective mindset, you can only assess it not only by the narrative itself. You cannot find the matrix of the reasoning just by the narrative. You have to use questions that you ask the stakeholders and then you provoke. You provoke a certain kind of explanation or even a justification on the facts. You even confront them in some situations. So the interviewee is placed in this position and he must explain and justify the way he or she thinks. So in the passages, you see interruptions, you see failure of line of thought, and even contradictory points in the excerpts of the interviews. So we tried to map the interviews. We went after the stakeholders. We first sought to understand this environment, this institutional complex, as we call it. As we said in the beginning, this is widely discussed, the guidance of these stakeholders, politically speaking, be it in the lawsuits, be it in the way they address their careers. There's positive and negative proximity to politics, right? But we sought to understand how they think and reason on the process, not only why or how they reason on politics. This was actually a finding. And it has to do with law, because law is a field that tries to find a culprit for the lawsuit. So we are searching for a culprit. So it's easier to blame somebody else. I mean, easier methodologically and theoretically speaking. So it's easier to blame the individual. The system mindset, it's smaller, it's less prevalent. And then perhaps I should have explained better. The system mindset is connected to this group that you are asking about, the task force group, the car wash operation group. So we notice that there is this kind of collectiveness. It is a collective process. And we also have this kind of configuration that is sharing the same territory. The method in itself addresses the origin of thoughts, the way people interpret their mindset. As you said, it is a short-term action. Actually, the mindset searches for the opposite of that. Riverman, for example, he talks about the stable mindsets. They are stable. They do not shift quickly. They shift in social crisis situations, for example. Let us think about Germany, the Second World War. So it was a crisis. So we have a disruption in the mindsets that were used, the interpretation, the patterns that were used. So they shift to new mindsets to explain the social phenomena. So we interviewed before in 2017. There was the first group of interviews. And the second group of interviews was done in 2020 and 2021. So we also have data from the past, not remote past, but we have two different time frames. So we interviewed, younger stakeholders or perhaps older stakeholders, women stakeholders, lawyer stakeholders. We expected this. The lawyers will discuss this issue in a very different fashion than the magistrates, for example. But we have a certain level of homogeneity in our results. So we are not searching for the short-term action. We are searching for the opposite of that, because the action of this group is grounded on this way of thinking, which is not specific to a field of knowledge. It's not specific to a certain group, and it's grounded in a more open fashion, in a broader fashion in the society. And it can be explained by so many other social groups. Maria, would you like to add? I have two short remarks. Thank you, Fernando, again. And about the hyper context. So shortly, there'll be this article about the broader prosopography that we made from this wider group. 65 people with whom we talked. So we get closer to the core. Some are closer to the core of the anti-corruption, some are distant from that. So my PhD thesis, in addition to doing the typological analysis to try and take into account the internal differences of the group, even, talking with people abroad, taking into account the social origin and taking into account other contexts. For example, Breta is more punitive than Moro and other figures in our plexus. So we are trying to mobilize other methodologies to develop the context. This was not the moment to do that. We were rehearsing to do that, and some colleagues were not familiar with that. So we want to make a broader contribution. So it is a narrative from this anti-corruption group, but it actually becomes a broader group. There is another database that recently got ready. It is a database of the justices from the Imperial times. It's starting to address this bank of information, and it's going to show to us whether there was a change, because now it's a career that is closer to the politics and closer to the state. So now we are addressing this and try to fix the pieces of the puzzle, working in a different front. And then I give Markus his answer now. Well, we could answer, as you have done before. She's speaking English.
This group, we don't know. It might that they're more touched by that than executives themselves in multinational corporations. There is so other comparative studies taking lawyers as their empirical substrate have admitted that this economic point of view grew stronger as opposed to a more political point of view within this professional community of lawyers in Western realities. So it might that this is the case. It seems that this was the case in Germany, the United States, the UK, so and also continental professions such as Germany. It can be that this is the case. We are trying to advance that, but not so much in a macro perspective, Wallersteinian direction. But we have a lot to talk about that. I don't personally think that this is a cultural repertoire that is anchored in the Brazilian setting alone, but I do think that there are nuances as to exemplify the regressive liberalism and the way that this group, this professional group, also because of the educational socialization, the schooling, how they've interacted with the state on the one hand and the market on the other hand. These seems to be a Brazilian jabuticaba, a trait of the Brazilian profession itself. But we still have a long way ahead to disentangle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado, pessoal. Eu vejo que a professora Mariana tem uma pergunta, mas nós estamos um pouco atrasados no... Então, desculpa, Mariana, se você poder encaminhar sua pergunta depois para ela. Então, eu sugiro que a gente faça, eu agradeço, então, o professor Fernando, a apresentação da Elizângela e da Maria, as perguntas.
And now I suggest a 5-minute pause, and then we resume the session for the roundtable with the debate, okay? So see you in 5 minutes.
So let's start our roundtable. We have as guests speakers Professor Luciano Darros from the University of Santa Catarina, Professor Sergio Praça from FGV Rio de Janeiro, and Professor Mariana Mota Prado from the University of Toronto. The theme is corporate corruption and crime in Brazil. This is the same topic of our whole seminar, but the intention with this title is that we have research agenda from these researchers. I think that less focus on corporate crime, but to do this, just join this agenda, the topic of this research projects, and also research that we have in terms of engagement and our future topic of research. So I'm going to follow the order that the participants asked. So let's start with the Mariana Mota Prado's presentation. Each speaker will have 20 minutes in average for that presentations. One will go after the other, and in the end, we'll have the comments by Dr. Jonathan Mendel. You can choose the languages of preference for your presentations. So I'll start in Portuguese. I will do my presentation in English, but I will start in Portuguese to thank very much Elizângela for the invitation to participate in this event. And I want to congratulate all of you for this amazing project that is bringing several elements to help us to think not only of corruption in Brazil, but also as a phenomenon that affects all countries in the world.
To allow for a better dialogue with our commentator. Let me start by pointing to the fact that I'm a legal scholar. And I think as a legal scholar, you may have seen that legal scholars love to ask what should be done. We're very rarely engaged in descriptive exercises of asking what is happening. We're relying on political scientists, sociologists, economists to do the heavy lifting of description. And then we take it from there to say, okay, let's propose solutions. So that's what we do in most of our scholarship. And I think this event is a good illustration of the benefits of interdisciplinary dialogue in this context, because as a legal scholar, I have much to learn from you guys, and I look forward to seeing what you have to say about our proposed solutions. So what I thought I would do today is basically map three different ways in which legal scholars tend to think about corporate crime. The first one is corruption as an individual problem. And I think the presentation by Maria Eugenia and Elizângela sort of tracks a little bit into the categories that I'm going to present. So this one starts with, there is a bad apple. There is one bad actor, can be a sociopath or can be someone who came into this life for some other reasons, but the essence or the assumption here is that it's an isolated agent. So here, normally lawyers tend to assume that if you have an effective system of punishment combined with the possibility of catching wrongdoing, this should have a deterrence effect of some sort in these individual actors. Yet, when we're talking about corporate crime, this creates a series of interesting questions from a legal perspective, which is who should we punish? So one possibility is to punish the individual, and I think we have that category in like fraud against corporations, and I think Professor Markus at the beginning of the conference today illustrated that, right, with the Volkswagen midwife scandal. But there are also the possibility of punishing the corporation as a whole, when we tend to think of that as more effective when it's a corporate culture problem and not one single individual can be pinpointed as the culprit of the wrongdoing. So the Volkswagen scheme to mask emissions is a good example of that. And then you have those cases where you have both, right? And therefore you can potentially combine individual and corporate sanctions. So I think this is one interesting discussion we can have, but I want to add another discussion, which is how to punish. And here, we can think of a number of different legal mechanisms that can be used, one being administrative sanctions. So these are imposed normally within the executive branch, including regulatory agencies. They tend to be lighter, they're fines, some kind of debarment can be included here. And Luciano da Ros has a fantastic paper where he maps how this kind of sanction, administrative and civil, they tend to be lighter and therefore require less procedural guarantees than criminal sanctions. So you end up having an interesting combination of lighter sanctions, but more probability of punishment, in contrast with criminal trials where you have the opposite, right? Because of the burden of proof is so high, you end up having a slightly different standard to punish somebody, and therefore the probability of that heavier sentences being imposed is higher. So this, for legal scholars, creates an interesting question, which is, which system should we be investing on if we're trying to combat corruption? Should we be putting our coins on criminal law? And I think there has been yesterday a lot of questions about to what extent Lava Jato relies too heavily on criminal proceedings, as opposed to resorting to these other alternatives. So what I want to flag here is that Lava Jato was much broader than the criminal sanctions. So Alison Jones and Caio Mário da Silva Pereira Neto have published an article in a project that I was part of, where they basically map the non-criminal dimensions of Lava Jato, and they're quite impressive. So there were actions outside of criminal courts involving application of antitrust law, the Brazilian anti-corruption law, which is not criminal in nature because we don't have corporate criminal liability in Brazil. There are also federal, I would say more administrative sanctions from the Federal Accounting Court, administrative improbity, which enters into the civil lawsuit category. And of course, there were sanctions associated with the electoral management bodies, such as the electoral courts that Wagner spoke about yesterday. So Lava Jato was this very encompassing effort to sanction both individuals and corporations in all these spheres, all at once. Once you think about it that way, the question is, was this a good thing? As I said, legal scholars were always asking the normative question. And Raquel Pimenta, Kevin Davis, and Marta Machado and I have pointed to the fact that there is a concept that allows us to at least describe this phenomenon, which we call institutional multiplicity, which is we're talking about a situation in which there are multiple institutions in the same legal system that have authority to respond to a case of corruption, right? And when this happens, basically you can end up having multiple avenues to both investigate, prosecute, and punish both individuals and corporations simultaneously. So going back to the Jones and Pereira studies, in analyzing the Lava Jato, they largely emphasize the disadvantages, okay? They say this multiplicity created huge costs. So the state is basically spending a lot of resources and duplicating punishment unnecessarily. There is a lot of conflict, so law enforcement bodies are sort of clashing with each other. There is a huge burden on defendants because they just finished being prosecuted in one sphere, and then suddenly they find themselves being now investigated by another entirely different independent body. And there is this diffusion of accountability. We don't know what is it that we're trying to achieve collectively. It sounds like a very uncoordinated system. While Jones and Pereira emphasize the disadvantages, especially in the context of Lava Jato, I have in the past written with some co-authors, including Lindsay Carson and Cornelius, Eduardo Cornelius, emphasize some of the advantages. What are they? Well, first, there is enhanced, if you have multiple systems, you have more resources to combat corruption. So clearly the state has more at its disposal to catch and punish wrongdoing. This could reduce the risk of subversion on the part of law enforcers. So I'm not here talking about whether it's reducing corruption in the sense of deterring actors outside of the state. What I'm referring to is if an actor inside the state who is law enforcer is corrupt, you may have a different avenue if these law enforcement bodies are completely independent of each other. And then there is this performative dimension of there is competition between law enforcement bodies, and sometimes there can be a positive outcome out of that. You see a body that's performing well, and as a law enforcer, if you're trying to do a good job, you try to ramp up your game as a result, okay? So Jones and Pereira in their paper, and I'm putting the title here in case you wanna take a look at it, they basically say, because there are such huge costs to this multiplicity, we should invest more in coordination. We should allow these law enforcement bodies to work together in order to make sure that if there is criminal prosecution, we take it easy on the administrative and civil side, and vice versa, right? And there is some kind of coordinated strategy taking place, so the state has a sense that it's achieving its purpose without spending too much resources and without imposing a huge burden on defendants. So Raquel Pimenta from HV and I, in the same issue of the same journal, we basically cast a huge question mark on that idea. We're not so sure that coordination is such a good idea. And I'm putting here again the title of the article in case you guys want to take a look at it. But I'm going to unpack a little bit what's the claim. So our claim is that once you have coordination between different institutions that can prosecute the same corrupt act, this may limit some of the disadvantages of institutional multiplicity. So we fully agree with Jones and Pereira, but it can also limit some of the advantages, okay? And you might recall that I told you some of the advantages is maybe some law enforcement institutions are not doing their best job. They can be dysfunctional, they can be lacking resources, they can be lacking training, and they can be corrupt. So the idea here is if every single institution in the system is working as it should, then yes, let's talk about coordination. But if there is failure in the system, if we cannot trust the system to actually enforce the law, what institutional multiplicity does, it creates alternative avenues that you can pursue in case one side of the system fails. And if there is uncertainty as to whether the system is going to work or not, Raquel and I propose that maybe we should think of some kind of mechanism that is an on-off switch. So if the system is working, we turn on coordination, but if the system is not working, then we say, forget about coordination. We're gonna act independently of each other. How would this on and off switch work? We don't know. We're just posing the concept there, and we need to think about how this would be structured institutionally in order to perform the function we would like it to perform. But this is basically the idea. We know that punishment of corruption, basically the three pillars of the accountability system consist of oversight, investigation, and punishment. And the idea is you could be seeking multiple avenues in order to achieve punishment. So if everything is working, we can sort of pick and choose, right? We allow for coordination and pick and choose. But our idea is, let's suppose that, judges are garantistas and don't like to impose a lot of criminal sanctions and refuse to accept most cases of corruption, or let's assume that the police can be bribed. In that case, criminal law is not going to give you a lot. So then you can also look at internal mechanisms or internal oversight and not trust that. So then what you could be looking at is either looking at civil sanctions. So as long as the prosecutors are independent from police and they can conduct investigations and pursue the prosecution independently of police, they could seek civil punishment. And if that system is not reliable, we would still have another option, which is some sort of administrative sanction, right? So that's the intuition behind Raquel and my analysis. Yes?
You have more 5 minutes, please.
Okay, so I will speed it up a little bit. So that was the first view, which is we have one individual sanction that, and the question is, what does that system to sanction one individual should look like? Going to quickly go through the second, which I think, again, Maria Eugenia and Elizângela already articulated that. There is some people who might say, well, the problem is structural, meaning why are the companies or the individuals engaging in that? It's part of a system, and sometimes the idea is corporate crime is happening because the politicians are corrupt, right? And if that's the discourse, then punishing the corporations won't do the trick. So what do you do? In the very same issue of the University of Toronto Law Journal, we have two contributors who basically explore the idea of whether Lava Jato had a political agenda, not a partisan agenda, a political agenda, meaning the agenda was to basically reset the political establishment in Brazil because that was the source of all evil. And Fernando Limonge maps that quite in great detail in order to show that some of the leading actors in the Lava Jato operation had that mindset, which might explain what Elizângela and Maria Eugenia showed in terms of corporate actors were more likely to get leniency and plea bargaining agreements than politicians. And Oscar Vilhena Vieira basically asks, I think he attributes less of a political agenda to the actors, but he asks about the political consequences of the operation. So here, I think we have an interesting problem for legal scholars, which is if we have non-accountable actors, prosecutors and judges are not politically accountable, believing that they can promote political change, what kind of problems may result out of this application of the law to achieve some kind of change in the political system. And I think Vieira is alerting us to the fact that this may not even be intentional, but yet we need to basically, I think about how we alert legal operators that their actions enforcing criminal law can have dire consequences to the political system. And sometimes they can in trying to kill the disease, they're going to end up killing the patient, right? Entirely. I think that would be the way to do that. So, if the politicians are the problem and the corporations are just victims of this corrupt political system, then what's the solution? I think yesterday in the roundtable, we talked a little bit about some of the proposals here, right? Here, the lawyers changed to forget about law enforcement ex post and shift to prevention. We need to change campaign financing laws. We need to change the structure of representative democracy in Brazil. Proportional representation may be the problem, and we need to revisit all of that. Well, the problem with that discourse is that who is making the rules, right? So if the actors making the rules are benefiting from the status quo and changing the rules is the solution to the problem, then you have a question about who is going to start this change. And I'm going to end very quickly with the last kind of formulation, which is corruption as a systemic problem. And I think this is slightly different from the previous one, because the previous one is still ascribing blame to a category of actors, being the politicians or the corporations in general, but it's a class. Here, everybody seems to be a victim. The entire system just self-reinforces each other, just self-reinforces its constitutive elements, and nobody has agency. So basically the rational strategy adopted by every single actor may not be their real preference, but they have no option considering on how the system is structured. And I think we have seen a little bit of that discourse with Paulo da Costa presentation yesterday, where the corporate representatives have said we're victims of the system. And I think there is some people who would expand that idea to the directors of the state-owned enterprises here were in the same position, political parties were in the same position, and then the question is, can the law do anything for you here? The literature here has a huge discussion about, well, then the solution is a big bang. Then you need to blow up and start afresh. I think that's the more crass way of putting the idea. But again, there is a big question of how you do that. The alternative is incremental strategy, but again, the question is how do you do that with the law, and what kind of incremental strategy can lead to a profound structural transformation of a system that is an unstable equilibrium. So these are the three views I wanted to present. I had one last slide, which I think relates to the discussion we're having. I'm just going to mention it. Is Brazil unique? I'm bringing Thompson's syndromes of corruption here. And one question that Caio and I are asking, and Caio mentioned this yesterday, is whether Lava Jato is revealing something that we have seen somewhere else, in which case, I mean, the idea is whatever legal strategy you adopt will need to be adapted to the context, but the context will vary, right? But there is a question here about whether we're dealing with something that has not been mapped in the literature yet, and that's the idea of corruption as a relational contract. And if that is the case, the question of what's the legal response is even more pressing. Thank you so much, and sorry for being 1 minute over.
Thank you, Mariana, for your exposition. And I am inviting now Professor Sergio Praça to present his topic.
Oi, gente, tudo bem?
Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm going to be speaking in Portuguese. I would like to thank Rafael Viegas, Wagner, and Luciano for the invitation.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
I'm going to say in both languages.
The opportunity to participate in this great workshop and project. And I will share my screen. I just wrote up a few slides about this very preliminary idea for the book chapter of the book, for the book that will result from this project. And there is just there are two main points that I want to make. The presentation is called Lava Jato and Institutional Decay in Brazil, 2019-2022. And the two main points that I want to make are that Lava Jato was a symptom of institutional decay in Brazil, insofar as judges, especially Federal Judge Sergio Moro, and federal prosecutors such as Deltan Dallagnol were considered personal and political heroes that could single-handedly or in a concerted effort clean up Brazilian politics. Okay, so that's a symptom of institutional decay, because they are not representatives. First of all, they're not elected representatives, and second of all, they do not represent specific political institutions or political organizations that would give them legitimacy to, let's say, judge how corrupt other politicians are, or judge how corrupt politicians themselves are. So what I mean to say is that federal prosecutors and judges are not regular players of the political game, and yet they, since 2015, they concentrated a large part of the Brazilian political discourse. So that's a symptom of, regular institutions such as the legislature and political parties and the presidency are not doing the job that we would expect them to do. And I also consider Lava Jato a source of institutional decay, because the operation was, I think, at least partly responsible for what we can call party system deinstitutionalization, or party system ideological and organizational erosion. And what I mean by that is that after the end, or at least the symbolic end of the Lava Jato operation, which I will argue occurred in June of 2019, after that, it was nearly impossible for traditional political parties such as the PSDB and PT and MDB to regain the legitimacy they lost during the operation. And that is not to say, I do not mean, of course, to say that these political parties and other political parties were not corrupt or did not deserve to have their leader sent to jail. What I mean by that is that the distrust in politicians and the lack of legitimacy that politicians suffered in result of the anti-corruption operation put them in a place of helplessness regarding organizational and electoral ends. Okay, I'm sorry if that was not clear, but I can go back to that a little bit later. And one of the things that I hope to argue is that unlike what Mariana said of Limongi's work, which I haven't yet read, I do consider that the Lava Jato operation had, as we can infer from the leaks, the Telegram leaks of conversations between federal prosecutors and Judge Moro, I do think that the Lava Jato operation had a specific political goal of hurting the Workers' Party, the PT, chances to elect their leaders for us. Okay, so I think it was an illegal use of counter-majoritarian institutions, especially the Federal Prosecutor's Office, but not only that, I think Judge Sergio Moro also committed crimes while being the judge of the case. I think that organizations such as National Congress and most political parties in Brazil are corrupt and lack legitimacy, but the car wash leaks, the Vaza Jato leaks show that judicial institutions are corrupt in their own way, and by that I mean that judicial institutions had a very clear political goal of hurting the Workers' Party much more than any other political party that they were investigating, and that the Lava Jato operation learned the wrong lesson from the clean hands operation of Italy. They put too much emphasis on public approval and on speaking to the public and defending their actions to the press and the public in general. Okay. And in June of 2019, a site called The Intercept Brazil started to publish articles showing that Sergio Moro and federal prosecutors colluded in order to punish the Workers' Party above and beyond other political organizations. These conversations were recorded. A hacker hacked into someone's Telegram account and gave these conversations to a politician that then gave them to Glenn Greenwald and Leandro De Mori and other journalists of The Intercept. And these conversations show that, for example, Fernando Haddad's presidential bid in 2018 was seen as undesirable by the prosecutors, and that they used evidence against Lula, even though they weren't certain about it. And that's an article called Doutor Dallagnol duvidava das provas contra Lula, de propina da Petrobras.
So Dr. Dallagnol doubted about the evidence against Lula in terms of the bribery for his top house apartment.
In order to strategize against former Petrobras managers and the Workers' Party. And so at one point, Moro said, what do you think of Moro told, speaking to the federal prosecutors via Telegram, said, what do you think of these crazy notas malucas, the crazy press releases from the Workers' Party? Should we give them an official answer, or should we use a federal judges association to answer back? And what this implies is that the federal judge and the federal prosecutors.
Are you changing your PowerPoint, your slides? Because you can. Are you change? Because you cannot see.
Yeah, can't you see the slides?
Yet no more.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. How long has this been going on? Hopefully not so long. So anyway, what this specific article, one of the implications of this specific piece is that Judge Sergio Moro and the federal prosecutors saw themselves as effectively working together, which is illegal, and working together to hurt a specific political party's chances of gaining election and political legitimacy, I think. Okay. And in March 2016, when protesters took to the streets calling for Dilma Rousseff's, also the Workers' Parties, calling for her impeachment, Sergio Moro wrote privately, fiz uma manifestação oficial.
That's an official manifestation.
I wrote an official note. Congratulations to all of us. I still highly doubt our institutional capacity of cleaning up Congress. The best thing would be for Congress to clean itself up, but that's not what's going to happen. And I don't know if the federal and I don't know if the Supreme Court is strong enough to condemn so many powerful politicians and businessmen. And we can infer from Moro's private dialogues that he thinks the Brazilian Congress, Câmara and Senado, accepts corrupt members and is thus illegitimate, that judicial executive himself could be personally and institutionally responsible for cleaning up corruption, and that the Supreme Court is not strong enough to send corrupt businessmen and politicians to jail. So the implication that I want to make, which is not very original, but I think it is very important that that people, that analysts say so, is that it is very, very clear, at least to me, that while reading these leaked chats of, I'm not presenting anymore. The PowerPoint ended. What is very clear to me is that what happened in Brazil with the car wash operation is a lot worse than just politicians being corrupt and businessmen being corrupt and being then held into account for that. We saw, I think, very, very clearly a specific political party, the Workers' Party, how can I say this, directly persecuted by federal judicial institutions. And I say this, and there are some people viewing this presentation who have known me for a long time. And I say this, I'm not a sympathizer of the Workers' Party. I have no stake in this. And so you can trust my opinion and as a level-headed, I hope, analyst. And I think that this dimension, what I think is worrying about the debate about Lava Jato in Brazil is that to take the position that I'm taking right now is seen as necessarily partisan and pro Lula or pro whatever, and that is not the case. And I think we are still missing out on a very, very important aspect of what went on in Lava Jato, that is the corruption of judicial and prosecutorial institutions. Thanks, and sorry for the English.
Thank you, Sergio. Then I will invite Luciano Darós to start your presentation.
Ok, eu vou fazer, já que todo mundo fez assim, eu vou fazer também. Então, vou falar pouco em português para agradecer.
I'm going to speak a little bit Portuguese to thank Wagner, Paulo, Elizângela, and the other panelists. Mariana, I think we have never met personally, only through this in this virtual word.
Hopefully it will work. So let me just provide it full screen here. So what I'm going to present today is not exactly on the main topic of the event, but it's largely the result of a book that Matthew Taylor and I are about to publish, hopefully by the end of February. Let's see how it unfolds. And it's a large examination of the trajectory of corruption and anti-corruption in Brazil since redemocratization through the lenses of a heuristic accountability framework. So, if you will, the bad ideas are mine and the good ideas are Matt's. And I'm sure Matt will be happy to hear that because he's in the audience. So what we're trying to tackle here is, on the one hand, the constancy of corruption, especially grand political corruption. And you can find examples of scandals in any federal administration since redemocratization. Since if you pick any of these administrations, you find at least one large scandal that made it to the news. And one of the main problems, right, is that from this perspective, nothing seems to have changed, at least in the nature of corruption itself, even though, as I'll speak later, in the accountability process, much has changed over time. So we don't want to exactly explain why corruption happens in Brazil, but simply to sort out exactly to the point where Mariana finished her presentation, that Brazil is possibly a representative of the elite cartel syndrome that Johnston talked about in his books, in which networks of political and economic elites develop privileged relations that are protected through corruption. And tying the pieces of this elite cartel in Brazil are possibly 3 elements and 4 types of actors. And these 3 elements are coalitional presidentialism, and in particular the type of coalitional presidentialism that we have in Brazil, which is hyper-fragmented, with parties that are predominantly non-ideological and predominantly office-seeking, and in which they try to find in this large, complex, extremely diversified and opaque developmental state the resources they need to survive. And tying these pieces together is our extremely concentrated, extremely opaque, loosely regulated campaign finance system. So these are the pieces that we can find in most of these scandals in my previous slide, which Matt and I examined, especially in depth in 5 scandals, including Lava Jato, and starting precisely with Banestado. And the 4 types of actors that we usually find in these scandals are, of course, politicians and businessmen, but usually civil servants in the form of political appointees, and this, I don't know if it's super Brazilian figure of the financial operators. We usually call them doleiros here in Brazil. Of course, they exist in other countries, but they serve through, especially to launder money, right? That it's used to finance campaigns. So this is kind of the landscape of grand corruption. Not all, of course, but most grand corruption scandals throughout the last generation. And so this is the problem in a way, the constancy of these elements repeating themselves over and over throughout the last 35, 36 years. So now switching from the problem to the solution, or at least the potential solution, Brazil has tried to tackle this through accountability improvements of various sorts. So we have this accountability equation which serves the purpose, which is heuristic, it's not causal, it's not a theoretical model. It's just serves to define and understand what factors affect accountability. And the core components are TOS, transparency, oversight, and sanction. And sanction can range from purely reputational, there is a T there that shouldn't be there, until all the way until criminal sanctions. And you can think of this as a download bar, right? It gets harder and harder and harsher, especially as you move to the right of my screen, at least. And then you have the moderating components, which are state capacity, civic engagement, and political and economic dominance. And as you switch these elements, maybe, hopefully, you switch the other 3. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is speak less of what happened throughout the 36 countries in Brazil, and more think in terms of pre and post Lava Jato, and try to focus and understand exactly through the lenses of this accountability framework, what was the evolution of our institutional setting pertaining to anti-corruption. So this is a table we have in the book. It's very full of information. You don't need to read it. I just want to highlight this, right? That Brazil moved from what we could call an incremental approach to anti-corruption to a big push following or starting with the car wash investigation in 2014. Of course, we can define exactly when that started. It's either 2014 or maybe 2013 or maybe, I don't know, 2015, but it's somewhere along the early or mid 2010s that we switched from a gradualist approach to anti-corruption and accountability to a big push or big bang, if you will. We tend to use these terms interchangeably. So incrementalism, in short, this incremental long, 30-year-long incremental approach to anti-corruption in Brazil had its highlights, its bottlenecks, and its so-so elements. And possibly the highlights are transparency and state capacity, especially the capacity given to accountability institutions, right? And if you think of the more moderate, contextual, behavioral, if you will, elements, possibly oversight and engagement. And the key bottlenecks remain for the most time, especially criminal sanctions and political and economic dominance. And over time, besides these high and lows of these elements, we also had some qualitative transformations. The first one is that over time, we switched from a fire alarms mode of accountability towards a police patrol mode. And by that, we mean that the hands of anti-corruption changed from the hands of politicians, especially via congressional inquiries of parliamentary congressional investigations, to police investigations. First, civil investigations by prosecutors, and then gradually more criminal. And gradually, we also evolved from tackling corruption proper to tackle money laundering. And this is a qualitative change that appears, right? So Moro's judgeship was specialized in money laundering, not in corruption. So this appears in all the infrastructure, actually, ENCLA and many others. So it's first about money laundering, and the intelligence and the expertise is developed for money laundering. Through that, we can get to corruption and to organized crime, actually, and then to corruption. So this was, in a very short slide, what happened in Brazil over the first 30 years of democracy. And then we entered the big push, also in short. And one of the key elements, usually in this explanation, is the capacity of the legal institutions, right? So they further increased, they had been increasing ever since the 1980s, and they had this huge increment with task forces, specialized judgeships, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, you also had this increase in engagement, which in turn aligned itself to reduce dominance, especially political dominance. And 2015 was especially a critical year for the success, if you will, of car wash. And it was such a critical year because it was a year in which no one could get anything done, including to control the courts or the prosecutor's office or the police. So to a large extent, this gridlock gave an ample room, a huge window of opportunity for willing actors full of capacities in their institutions, with a lot of mobilized people to lead things forward. And the key characteristics of our big push, it's that it wasn't just a big push in general, like a reform package that the president decreed, or the establishment of an anti-corruption agency, is that it was a judicial big push, and that especially criminal big push, right? So the headlights, the emphasis was essentially putting crooks on jail, putting corrupt people in jail. And that was, of course, made viable because of the decreased dominance, the increased engagement, increasing capacity, but also because prosecutors, the judge, the police, and other accountability agencies had this legal political strategy, producing a domino effect, using intensively plea bargains with ample media access to documents, and even a reform proposal, right? The 10 medidas, the 10 measures against corruption. And to a large extent, Mariana Trombini's and Elizângela's paper hits precisely on that, right? So this idea, in a way, that we should target, ultimately we should target the political system the higher possible, right? The highest office possible is the ultimate prize of accountability, right? We also have our econometric model, not in the book. It's another paper that Matt, Sergio Simoni, and Luisa Zanini and myself, we ran a model only of Sergio Moro's sentences. And the only type of defendant that had 100% conviction rate were politicians, compared to businessmen and all others. And compared to all other categories, their sentences were on average 4 years higher. So, which means in a way they were the least frequent type of defendant, but the one that was treated more harshly, right? So in a way, this is kind of the big push, the judicial big push against the political system, with the people on our backs, judges and prosecutors as the heroes of the people, right? And then we enter this long backlash, which is possibly still ongoing, right? And then we have the defining event here is the presidential impeachment, right? If you remember anything from Romero's Jucá recordings, tape recordings, they had to change the president so that to staunch the bleeding, to reassert political dominance over legal institutions, to disengage the public, and ultimately, first slowly and then rapidly, reduce institutional capacity. And over time, increase incredible allegations of abuse and bias by legal actors paved the way to reverse previous criminal sanctions. And in doing so, this long history of unmaking Lava Jato was not only about unmaking Lava Jato, was also about resetting the entire web of accountability institutions, creating new rules, redefining old laws, passing new laws, and thereby increasing uncertainty. All the expertise that had been built now may have to be rebuilt again on new bases under a lot of scrutiny from the political system and so on. And this is the quantitative trajectory. I don't want to expand too much on that, but just to say that we see this gradual increment of the elements of our accountability equation. First, they're summed, in the second figure, they're multiplied. And then you can see, of course, right after Lava Jato, you see the slope turns downwards, right? And we're still possibly living that. And this is possibly not only a Brazilian story. And this is hard to find in the literature, the episodes of what we call judicial big pushes, right? Not just a big push against corruption, the presidential package, the anti-corruption agency, but the judicial big push, right? The big push that is driven primarily, if not only, by legal actors against all politicians of all sorts, okay? And the experiences we're able to find that we cite in the book are, of course, Multiplicity's investigation in Italy, a series of scandals in France throughout the 1990s, and the dynamic of the anti-corruption agency and the specialized anti-corruption courts in Indonesia throughout the 2010s. Possibly this is the same trajectory of Romania's National Anti-Corruption Directorate from the 2010s onwards. And the key question, of course, is, do they work, right? What do they do? What are their consequences? The elements of their arrival, of their causes, are strikingly similar. I'm not going to expand on them, but I'm going to expand about the consequences. So apparently, they do not work for the goals they declare they have. Corruption levels only seem to change momentarily, if at all, actually. For the most part, actually, the profusion of scandals in the news at times make the perception of corruption to increase, not only to decrease. Right? And one of the, if not the most important consequence, is that judicial big pushes, they serve to renew partially the political elite. They never renew the entire political elite. They renew a part, it climbs a big part of the political elite. They restructure and they help players that were not competitive previously. 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, Elizângela. They tend to renew the political elite. They tend to open a window of opportunity for new actors to ascend, previously uncompetitive actors, if you will, but they do not change or tend not to change the underlying incentives that make corruption prosper. In fact, they make politicians use all tools at their disposal to fight back what they conceive to be an existential threat to them. If politicians fear judges, then they are going to treat judges as politicians. Right? And so what now of Brazil, right? Possibly a caveat here is that maybe later, not now. So thinking about 2022 onwards, are we back to the incremental approach or not yet? The backlash actually does not seem to have ended yet. We have this new electoral code that it's about to come, maybe it will come. Lots of different perks in it. We can discuss that, of course. And then I'll just kind of say very briefly where Matt and I think we should invest. The first thing is invest in incrementalism, right? A big country like Brazil is possibly left without the option of a big push. Right? Big pushes are frequently, if not only, available in small countries in which producing collective action is a much simpler task. So we're stuck with incrementalism, if you will, right? And we shouldn't be surprised by that. Most big political changes, redemocratization, economic development, they take generations to come. Controlling corruption should not be that different. And in that direction, or towards that end, maybe we should invest less in the emphasis that we just had in criminal prosecutions and more perhaps in administrative sanctions, debarment, for instance, right? Taking seriously those rules, right? So it's something that we possibly just left without any real threat to the bar companies that get involved over and over and over in scandals. At the same time, Lava Jato was made viable through the rapid implementation of various new legal tools, including plea bargains, but not only leniency agreements and various others legal tools. So in this very rapid implementation of these instruments, of course, it leads to problems, right? It leads to competition among various agencies. It leads to the possibility of future reversals because everything is unclear. So maybe, just maybe, we should gradually enforce these things. First build consensus in the relevant expert community, and after that, implement. And speaking of dominance, and I selected sanctions and dominance here because they have been the key bottlenecks in Brazil. The first thing is deconcentrating procurement markets and political finance, because they're so intertwined actually, right? And we have to think possibly of ways to tackling the original crime, if you will, which is cartel formation, right? But if you read Moro's sentences, at the beginning was a cartel, right? So, and at the same time, with our hyper-fragmented system, and I'm closing here, Elizângela, we should bring more clarity over responsibility to our presidential coalition, coalitional presidentialism, which means reducing the number of parties, making them more understandable to the general public, so that they build reputation over time, right? Instead of they changing names and politicians changing parties all the time. That is it. Thank you so much. I will shut up now.
Thank you, Luciano. Then I would like to invite Jonathan to do some remarks about the presentations. You have about 20 minutes, Jonathan, maybe till 5:10. Okay?
Thank you. I'm working on a different watch, of course, but a clock, of course. In my clock, we're in the morning.
Of course.
But,
that is German time.
Let me thank you, and I will not take the 20 minutes because of a simple reason, and that is that I'm no expert in Brazil. I do have many Brazilian friends, and I would like to say hello to Paulo and to Wagner and to Elizângela and to all the rest of my friends here. I listened to you intermittently because of problems of communication. Some of you were aware of it this morning, in which I took some time until I could get on to the site because it spoke Portuguese only. So let me just say two words here about why I think this subject is important and why I think that we could learn from it. There's a famous saying, I don't know if it's current in Brazil, in which the complaint is that we remember everything. It is only God that we forget. And the meaning here is that we tend to have a view of particulars here and particulars there, and little accidents here and little accidents there, but the big picture that gives it all meaning is the one that we tend to forget. And in this dimension, I think that Brazil has to teach us much. We live today in a world, and I'm not talking about Brazil, I'm talking about the rest of the world, mainly United States from where I'm talking about. We live in a world that is characterized by a good deal of distrust of government, distrust of other institutions, distrust of one another. And one reason, it seems to me, is that we are in a fog of war. We crave for information, but the information makes us tired, and we seem to be confronted with a world that we don't really understand. Right now, there are protests going on in Canada against vaccinations. There are protests here in America against the same thing. The pandemic generally made the effects of this phenomenon even worse. Now, the problem is that on the one hand, we are confronted with issues that come to us through the news and come to us through the demands of government that will do certain things and so forth. On the other hand, we're not sure what reality is. So what is reality? In the United States, we talk about fake realities, many realities. All of them are created by interested groups, and these are interested groups that come from the various directions of our world. Political parties, the judicial system, etc., etc., etc. Now, what I've said up till now has little to do with corruption. They do create an image of corruption. So the basic question that we could ask ourselves is, what is reality? Now, if I'm not mistaken, about 10 years ago, there was a Brazilian law that allows citizens to demand access to information, and government will have to respond. And if I'm not mistaken, that was corrected lately to add also digital information. So from a naive point of view, one could say there's no problem. If there is anything that goes on, just demand information. And then obviously the question will be from what, who hears the information, what is the information, and who concocts it. What happens if there are multiple levels of interrelated and conflictual informations? What happened when there is nobody to really coordinate that information? What happens, as is the case in the United States, where the judicial itself is political? And even the Supreme Court is today considered by most of the people to be one of the political organs with an attempt to foster a reality which is politically serve its party. The problem that we're confronted with in Brazil, I think, bears a lot of similarity to what we're talking about. It's a world of fog. A lot of things are going on, and Brazilians knew about it. I was in Curitiba a few years ago, and we heard about it every day and from every corner. Who do you believe? What do you believe? In a world in which you don't have one source of knowledge that is reliable, what do you do about it? One response could be the response that we now have in the United States. Forget reality, you're tired of it, it's bothering, it's all kind of noise in the background. Everybody is corrupt, and therefore choose arbitrarily your own reality and stick with it, preferably if it comes from the voice of a big person, Trump, for instance. So forget everything that exists. Let's have Trump, and he'll take all the rest. The only problem is that others do not agree, and therefore this, of course, is the source of the counter to trust, division among us. We are confronting that only in the last several years. You have confronted that in a different method, different way, and you directed this conference to it in the last several years. It's, of course, non-related. The issues are not the same. The questions are not the same. But again, what we have are networks of business and corrupt politicians and parties and money that goes to fund elections and the what Seneca used to say, the sinews of war, and a general sense of tiredness. We had enough of it, and a general sense that it could occur of we have nobody to believe in any case. Everybody is corrupt. So let's just choose one of the versions of the alternative realities which we choose to stick with, and it will portray our political interest, and that's it. Just to give you a number that we're talking today. The number of people who think that the entire system is corrupt in the United States has reached the level of over 80%. And that would mean that people who belong to the various streams may fight each other concerning what they want and how to get it, but they all agree the system is endemically corrupt. That, I think, is both a danger that hangs over Brazil, but it hangs over the entire world. And part of a reason that we're all interested in what happens with you is that not only are we all connected, the world has never been smaller. We're dealing with similar problems. Not only are there better means of communications, so despite the malfunction of today, we do confront each other, look at each other in the eye and speak different languages, but yet understand the same meaning. There are not only more opportunities, but it's more critical than ever that we'll deal with these opportunities. The message that I bring here is that you've confronted it in a different way. We're confronting it right now in the last years. We're all in the same boat, and everything that you say is relevant to what we're doing. And the one question that we all have to ask is, from the perspective of the average citizen, the person who doesn't listen every day, every minute to the news, and in any case, the news don't tell him much, and it comes from various directions in a confusing world. What will prevent the simple solution that we may all adopt, and that is a turn to authoritarian rule and the devil take everything? At least we know where we are. I don't have, of course, the answer, and I think that some of the issues here were brought in the last conversation by Luciano. How do we reform the system? How do we create a system that is at once open to us, but also trustworthy? I'll leave it here and only wish to say hello again to everyone, and I hope that we shall all meet in, I represent IPSA, the International Political Science Association, and within IPSA, the Research Council 20, which is political money and political corruption. This is a subject that we all are interested in, not only because we're experts in specifics, but because I think this is one of the major, major questions of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I would say each of the participants can take maybe 5 minutes to comment. I don't know what you think, but I think we can change, we can manage so the time. Thank you.
Shall we follow the same order? Okay, so yeah. I'm mindful of time, and we're already past 11 a.m. for me here, 1 p.m. in Brazil, so I'll be brief. So yes, I think Jonathan went even higher than I think what I was trying to get at, in the sense of how to make institutions trustworthy again, and I think that's the biggest problem of our time. So I really have not much to contribute here except to agree with him that this is not only about reforms, it's about what kind of reforms that will restore trust. And I think as academics, we do have an obligation to be thinking hard and deep about that. So I won't say much more about that, but if I could just add a couple of things regarding the presentations of my fellow panelists. So I think for Luciano, most of my scholarship is about incrementalism, so I share where you and Matthew end the book, and I look forward to reading the book, by the way, which looks fantastic. But my question is, which actors are going to engage in this process? What's their motivation? And I think a little bit bringing the multiplicity concern that I had, to what extent should we be concerned about lack of coordination? So this organic incremental process where a series of individual actors start implementing discombobulated reforms, how can we ensure it's going to land in a good place as opposed to making things worse over time? So I think that's my sort of a question for Luciano. And I just wanted to clarify, despite the danger of trying to represent somebody else's research, I do think that Sergio Pras's presentation is very much in line with Limonge's claims of the political agenda of Lava Jato. I think Limonge is saying there was an agenda to bring down the political class as a whole, but I think he would concede that there was a strategic focus on the Workers' Party to achieve that end goal. So I think the two claims are perfectly reconcilable. So I think we can basically embrace both at the same time. Thank you very much again for the event.
I don't see Sergio Praça. I guess he's not here. It's no more here. Then Luciano, maybe you can. Yes.
Sure, if he comes up, we can just let him answer later. So, Jonathan, thank you so much for your comments, and especially for providing us with the big picture, not the particulars. So, indeed, in many ways, corruption and transparency, if you will, are always under the fog of an information war. And to some extent, what your comments got me thinking is polarization is one thing, of course, that blinds us to a lot of information, but also complexity is another thing that blinds us from information. And in a way, I don't know how we should do just this general idea that we should move forward towards something that simplifies information and creates reputation-based information. This idea is not mine, is an Italian economist, Lucio Pitti. And in a way, destroying parties and recreating them all over again every 10, 15 years is not how you do that, for sure. Rebranding companies is the same thing. I don't know, one thing I always think about corruption in Brazil is no one knew there existed a directorate of services at Petrobras until Lava Jato. No one really cared about it, right? No one really cared. There was a deputy president for corporations at the Caixa Econômica Federal, which is a federal bank, until we knew that he was Gedel Vieira Lima. So the enormity of the state in Brazil and its complexity and how it's intertwined with the market makes it a perfect place, actually, for information to be extremely complex and inaccessible in a way. So one direction would be just to simplify the state in a way. I don't know exactly how, but you have to reduce, in a way, not exactly the state necessarily, but the number of actors who populate it. So that's why reducing the number of parties is such an important thing. And despite all the incentives to the contrary, the parties are tending to move in that direction, right? So they approve, they ban the performance clause, right? Which they had approved previously, by the way. And then the courts struck down, not the parties, not the politicians, right? The court is messed up, not the politicians. No one will guide us to the promised land, of course, because there is no promised land. That's right. We have to assume there's no promised land at the end. So we have to live with corruption and control it to acceptable levels, if you will. And of course, the idea is, I share with you, Mariana, we don't know where it will come from, right? But it's been coming in a way from. Of course, now we're in the downward spiral still, and it's very unclear to everyone, I think, to understand where something not as bad as what's going on will come next. And we'll have still a few steps forward, a few steps back, many steps sideways, but no one guided to the promised land but ourselves. Ultimately, that's the point, right? So democracy creates incentives towards transparency. It also creates incentives to opaqueness, but ultimately, there are parties, and parties respond to the electorate. And ultimately, we have to trust democracy and an institutionalized political setting within a democracy. Maybe we should have tried to move in that direction, even though the incentives are not there, but still the parties seem to be moving in that direction. That's it. I'll close now. Thank you again so much, Mariana and Jonathan.
Thank you, Luciano, and thank you all of the participants of today, of this seminar day. And I think we can finish here today. Wagner, do you like to say something to finish?
Sim, eu vou agradecer a todos, então, pela presença, todos e todas. E foi prazer estar aqui com todos vocês.
It was a pleasure to be with all of you here for 2 days, for 2 mornings. I want to thank the presence of Professor Jonathan, who is the coordinator of the research group on corruption and political financial of IPSAS that it will meet mid-year. So thank you, Jonathan, for your presence and for accepting our invitations. Thank you, Mariana. Sergio certainly had connection problems. He dropped exactly when it was his time to answer, but thank you, Markus, Elizângela, Maria, for the presentations, and Mario. And now that we held this event in this closing ceremony, I hope the project is renewed. We ask for the renewal, and if FAPESP and DFG find it reasonable, this project will be renewed and we'll meet once again. It was a wonderful opportunity, very positive opportunity to exchange ideas, and we'll keep in touch. All the recordings, Sergio from the Institute of Advanced Studies will edit that, and recordings will be made available through YouTube very soon. So I want to close by thanking the Institute of Advanced Studies for the technical and financial support, especially paying for simultaneous translation. Thank you, everyone, and see you very soon. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao.